Alright, hello gang, hello. Welcome back to another one of our Slant Alpha adventures. Missed you this past Friday, sorry about that. Did have a nice anniversary dinner with the wifey though, so well worth it. But anxious to get back to flying. Anxious also I should say, to get back up into the air for a couple other reasons. Number one, we've got two pretty long flights tonight, over an hour and a half per flight. When you do two of those back to back, it turns into kind of a long evening, so we're going to get this thing up in the air as soon as possible. The other reason I was kind of anxious was because we had some issues with the Reality Expansion Pack Beach Baron last time we tried to fly it, which was the Lake Chelan flight up in Lake Chelan, Washington State, but figured that out. I loaded up the Skunk Crafts updater for another reason in the sim, to update another piece of software, and happened to notice that it was also updating the REP again, even though I had already updated it, and what it said was there was some sort of a corrupted file in the update to 4.3 on the SimCoder's Reality Expansion Pack. So it went ahead and fixed it for me while I was doing the other thing, and I was like, well, alright, there you go. That ought to hopefully fix the preheating issues that we were having, and indeed, a test of the system just now, about an hour ago, did bear that out. So, MelvinLeroy is hosted with the stream, and is joining us here in South Dakota. From what I saw, I think he's going to be flying with us. I didn't see him on just yet. Oh, did we freeze up? What's going on? Okay, there we go. Didn't see him. Oh, that might be him over there. Alright, yeah, let's check on VATSPy. When I looked on VATSPy, it was only me here, but let's refresh that. And it's still saying only one. I'm there, dude, in the Kodiak. Alright. Don't see you on VATSPy just yet, but we know it takes a couple minutes for that to update. But I'm assuming, actually, if we go to this view, the rooftop view, I can spin it over. That does indeed look like a Kodiak there, so I think that would be you, my bud. Appreciate you joining us tonight, man. Always a pleasure. Alright, so I think we got him, and VATSPy will just catch up when it catches up. No air traffic control in this area right now. We're going Pierre to Dickinson for leg one. We're just north and east of the Denver airspace, and we don't have Minneapolis on with us tonight, and maybe Salt Lake will join us later on, but leg one's in Minneapolis' airspace, and nobody here but us chickens at the moment. So, alright, so like I said, I want to kind of get this thing underway as quickly as possible. Let's go ahead and run it through the checklist to get this thing started up. I have done all the pre-stream checks. We can go ahead and look at the simcoders.com maintenance report, which is over here and here. I do need to flip it back to one. Oh, no, it's there. Okay, page one. It's here. Engine looks good. Cylinder compression numbers mid-70s means it's got some wearing, but no big deal. Oil and filter both say they are clean with 32 hours before required change. So that's all good, and everything else is okay and clean. No issues with any of the other filters. Engine 2, same story. Oh, and 12 quarts of oil, which is always a good thing. Engine 2, same story. Slightly different compression numbers, but everything else looks pretty similar. Nothing to do with injectors. We did preheat the engine to test it a little bit ago, but I'll show you real quick. You start the fans, and then you hit engage here, and that's it. That's all you have to do. Why that wasn't working the other day, again, I don't really have a full explanation for, except that it was a corrupted download on the update, and that's now solved. Thank God. Alright, so we're good to go there. We've got enough ambient temps in the cylinder head so that we can go ahead and do that. We've got slight discharge on the battery, but should be plenty of a charge to get us started with. Everything's good with the avionics, everything's good with the gauges, brakes, tires, and suspension, and yeah, nothing to show there. This is just a summary of the only money that we've earned and spent, and the last thing we got was the quick refills, the quick battery recharge we did on the other stream up in Washington to try and get the thing running for you that day. Didn't work out for us. Alright, with the two longer flights and a fairly long alternate, we've got some fuel to buy here. It's not going to be inexpensive. Let's go back to weight and balance page under SimCoders, weight and balance. We're going to need 67 gallons in each side. This is going to be a pretty penny, but with the two longer flights, we'll earn most of that back and then some. Oh, it's nice and cheap up here. It looks like it's only going to charge me $339 to do that. Alright, we're done. We can close that out. What else do we need to do? The pre-flight walk around will be next, and we'll go back into the RAP menu one more time. Walk around mode is there. We'll catch that stuff on the flip. Nothing to do on that page. We'll perform any of these actions that have actual button actions associated with them. Pull up the tie downs, check all the control surfaces. We will check the oil and fuel quantity and quality on both sides. So we've got a few things to do. We're going to take down the pitot. We got 67 gallons, no contamination. We have to take down the pitot cover and engine covers as well. Chocks can come up. Tires in good condition. Oil was full. Nice light brown color. Engine cover, yeah, I'm ripping through this tonight. Pitot cover can come off. Ripping through this tonight so we can get airborne ASAP. Front tire looks good. Nothing to do there. Engine cover. Full oil and nice light brown color. Take the chocks up. Take the tie down up. Check the fuel quantity and quality and the right hand side. 67 gallons. 67 gallons and nothing on. Alright, who remembers that song reference? Did I stump you? And the flap secure, and then we're good to go. Get rid of the yokes just so we can see around them. And parking brake is indeed set. All switches are down. Gear handle is down. We can open up the cow flaps. Where is that? I moved the camera views around a little bit, so pardon me while I fumble through those. That is the boss. MelvinLeroy has it. Very good, sir. The lesser known one, I think. Let's see. Beacon. Oh, let's do the battery switch first, I guess, and then the beacon nav and panel lights. Yeah, fuel quantity gauges should show about 2/3, and that's close enough for government work. Fuel. Let's see. Yeah, gear green lights are lit as they should be. Mixture can go rich. Props can go full forward. We'll go with the number 2 engine first. Throttle all the way up. Fuel pump on while fuel flow increases. Throttle back down to about half the handle width. Clear prop area. Magnetos. Starter. Watch the oil pressure come up right away, hopefully. And we've got fireage. That's good. Alright, so we'll repeat the process on number 1 side. Throttle up. Fuel pump on. Fuel pump off. Throttle down. Throttle back to about half the handle width. Nobody there. Magnetos. Starter. Oil pressure comes up. And we're good. One thing I did forget to do was turn the right alternator on once we got verification of a good start. But we'll go ahead and do that on the right side and the left side. We'll even out the throttles to about 1,000 to 1,100. Good morning, Slant Alpha, says Trailer. What's going on, man? Good to see you here. Get the avionics up. Just trying to hustle this thing into the air, man, so pardon me if I'm kind of ripping through this and not saying too much to you guys while I get this thing airborne, but once we get up, we'll say hi, all the normal pleasantries and all that sort of thing. SSDD, yeah, we know, man. I used to work for a university down in the D.C. area, and a year and a half ago I took a new job up here in Baltimore, and I still kind of pop in and visit my friends down in D.C. Every now and then. I kind of still work for them part-time, and everyone's like, hey, what's going on, man? I go, SSDU. Same, you know what, different university. Let's see. Where did I leave off? Alternators, yeah, we got throttle set, avionics on. We can get the marker beacon sounds off. We might need them, though. Might want to have those on when we land. We've got some pretty good weather around here. I'll show you that when we get airborne as well. GPS can go to the message screen. Whoops, where's the message button? That one there? Okay, cool. So we don't need to be able to see what's going on, and then we'll check the elevator trim, that it works, and that it's set to 0, and we're all good. Alright, flight plan is sent. We still don't have ATC here at Pierre, North Dakota, so we'll just pull a METAR observation, KPIR. 290 at 6 knots, 10 statute miles, overcast, 2900, very, very cold, 29091. So 29091 will get set in the altimeter, and then we'll figure out what runway we want to use here. 29091 is set. Field elevation is charted as 1744, and that's, yep, close enough to what we're showing. Let's figure out our runways. We are at, oh, you know what, I never even pulled up the digital search page, digital procedure search page. Here we go, KPIR. While we're waiting for that to load, one other very important checklist item to take care of. There we go. Airport diagram at pier. 2.5 would be ideal, but we're probably down here closer to 3.1. 3.1's probably not too bad. What was the velocity of the wind? 6 knots. Yeah, we'll just go to 3.1. Not going to go all the way out to 25 just for 6 knots. Let's see. Get this out of the way. What is next? Comm radios are set as needed. It's 22.8 for now. We'll obtain our clearance if we had anybody to obtain it with, but we don't, so we won't. The transponder can come on. We're going to put it on 2200. We're IFR uncontrolled. That's a VATSIM-ism. Do I not have a view to... there we are. Okay, yeah, 2200. Let's see. What did I miss here? All right, squawk and transponder set. Nav and ADF tuners set as needed. Let's get back to our plan. And again, I'll show you this in more detail once we get everyone. I just need to get this thing rolling. 112.5 and a 291 outbound. So that's the short version there. 112.5. Hey, Trailer, if you got a second, try the downwind sim binoculars in Motorcon. I never got notified whether it was approved. I don't know if it has been or not. 112.5 and 291. And if you need the refresher, I believe it's /slant-A DWSB. But I don't know whether that works or not. Or what error message you might see, or... no idea. 291 was what I said, so there's 300. And I don't know if I said tracks, I meant trailer. If you've got a free hand. If you don't, no worries. So there's 291 set on the outbound, and let's get back to the rest of the checklist. Maybe I'll play with that chat emote once we get going. We don't need flaps for this. We got nice long runway, but we do want to run their through their ranges, make sure they operate, make sure that they... oops. Yep, okay, so they show in approach, and then they should show stowed. Okay, good. Temps and pressures are all looking good all the way up and down the range. The oil temps are still a little on the cold side. They're still in the yellow there. Very bottom left, but they're coming up, so we're okay. We'll lean the mix a little bit until the RPM drops. Right there, okay. Oops. Don't kill him, don't kill him. Alright, there we go. Alright, I think we're ready to taxi. Get the taxi light on. We might even get off a few minutes earlier than I had said. I was hoping to be taxiing by 20 after and airborne by 30 after. We may beat that estimate. Oh, we got somebody right in front of us here, too. Who do we got there? Somebody else flying along with us tonight? We got 3 of us. Oh, it's Justin C. Hey, good to see you, man. Whatever hole it was you were hiding in, I am so glad that you've crawled out of it. It's good to have you back on stream, brother. Where are we? Pier traffic, bearing 514 Delta Victor, taxi at 31. Pier. One of these days I'll know how to make those calls properly. So we're going 3-1. Take a few minutes to get started. That's alright, man. I'm not going to be that far ahead of you. MelvinLeroy and his Kodiak is going to blow past me in a heartbeat anyway, so... Yeah, so I do want to check on that custom emoticon, see if it's working. But I'll do that if... Be right behind you, man, says Melvin, just hoping I can keep up. In the Quest, I think you won't have the issue, man. Not sure what the normal cruise is on one of those. Maybe you can tell me. I just don't know it off the top of my head, but I have a feeling like it's faster. Of course, it's a single turbine. It's a single turbo prop. I always have trouble keeping up with your Duke, but that's a twin turbo. Alright, just making sure we are going to 3-1, right? So that means we should be going to about a 1-3 heading right now. Yeah, that looks accurate. Trailer says, sorry I would fly with you, but I'm in the middle of a B1900 flight in lower Arizona. That's all good, man. Appreciate you spectating, no problem. I don't take it personally when you all want to fly other places. We'll find out together, says MelvinLeroy. I think around 180 or 60 is what you said. I can't see it on my screen. But, yeah, that's alright. Trailer's the passenger tonight. That's cool. Always welcome, sir. Always welcome. We're getting close to the end of the runway. We'll get ready to do our run-up here. If I do happen to get this thing off the ground about 10 minutes early, that will bode well for later. What's the in-flight meal? We had lasagna tonight. Here at the Slant Alpha household, pre-made, not nothing too fancy. Wife's still not completely back on her feet yet, so we did the pre-made lasagna. It was pretty good though. I don't remember what brand it was, but it was pretty good. All right, parking brake is on. Let's get the RPMs running at 2200. Gonna enrich the mix here for this. We want to run the prop lever down 15 3 times. 1, there's 2, and there's 3. And we want to check the magnetos at 1700 RPMs. We'll get a little bit out of sync as we flip the right side to one set, right side to the other set, back in sync. I was hoping to jump over to the mixing board and see if the sound levels were good. Hopefully you guys all heard that. But we'll check on that as we go. We'll check feathering. Works. Get this thing fired back up. And we should be ready. Alright, Pier Traffic Baron 514 Delta Victor is departing 3-1 on a straight out IFR at Pier. Alright. Taxi let off, landing lights on. Strobe light on. Pitot heat on. We might, yeah, let's just prophylactically start all the anti-icing stuff too. We're going to need it. What is the OAT? Below 0. And we're going to be in those clouds really quick once we get rolling. So no sense in even messing with it. Alright, lined up for 3-1. Temps and pressures all look good. We'll set our takeoff power. Throttle's wide open. RPM's down just a touch to 27. Airspeed's alive. Track and center line. Looking for 85 to rotate. There we go. Bit of right aileron, keep the wings level. Gears coming up. Pitch for that 110 knot climb once we can. So the field elevation was 17, so at 21 we will, I would say we'd start our on course, but we're pretty much on our on course, joining that radial that comes in from the right, so we'll stay on this runway heading. And that does mean, though, we can reduce to our climb power 25 on the manifold, 25 on the RPMs. We'll lean the mix out just a touch here. Not going to worry about leaning too aggressively just yet. we can pitch a little more aggressively. We can get 110 knots on the climb. We're at 120, so we can pitch up. Yeah, MelvinLeroy says, it feels good to finally join you on one of these legs in X-Plane. Yeah, the P3D convert. Pull you over to the dark side, did we? Or from it, maybe. I don't know which. We're still picking up some airspeed, so I'm going to pitch up a little more. Manifold pressure slipping slightly. We'll keep adjusting the throttle to maintain that nice 25. We should be coming up through this cloud layer right quick, I think. So, eyes to the artificial horizon. I do need to get a little bit more of a grasp on what I'm doing navigation-wise, but I know I'm joining this 291 outbound radial. What's the DME reading right now? 7 miles out, and it's behind us. So this should be a good intercept angle, I would think. We'll just maintain this runway heading straight out to intercept, I think. But yeah, eyes on the artificial horizon. We'll keep the wings level, keep the heading where it is. We'll keep the pitch right up on about 10 degrees. What is cruise altitude today? Cruise is 10,000 feet. So yeah. I am C by hand. I am glued to these instruments right now. I underestimate the power of the dark side, says Traildor. Don't I always? Did I see that needle start to move, or was that my wishful thinking? Air's nice and smooth, though. At least it is for me, Melvin. Coming through the cloud layer, but I'm not getting jolted around too much. Manifold pressure could use another little bump here. Okay, throttles are wide open now, so we're only getting 24. So the higher you go, the less you'll get on that manifold pressure. That's normal. You get to a certain point where you just run it wide open and you get what you get. Okay, yeah, you guys are not hearing that audio, so. Alright, so I think I've got that fixed. Hopefully you'll hear MelvinLeroy's next call over the stream. I've been tinkering with the audio settings. Okay, that needle's definitely coming in now. So we're getting ready to turn to that 291 intercept. And Trailder says, I've got an idea for you when you finish the BE58 tour if you're interested. I'm always interested in ideas, sir. Always interested in ideas. I do kind of have the next big project in mind. But happy to hear ideas anytime, man. Alright, I think I might have cut over a little too early. I'm slightly still left of course here. So the next kind of big project I was thinking about starting after I finish this tour up, we're going to talk about that too, by the way, the end of the Great BE58 Lower 48 State Tour. Because that's coming up and I've got a really nice prize to give away as a celebration of that. Some of you might have heard that news already, but I'll reiterate it in just a second. But yeah, so the next big project I had already kind of kicked around was originally going to be a transatlantic flight in the Baron. I'm kind of thinking now I want to do that in the AeroWorks DC-3. And rather than coming from Europe back to my home airport, I was thinking going from the US to Europe in the DC-3, and then maybe do some flying around in Europe in the DC-3. So that was kind of what I was kicking around, and of course I see you just posted yours. I'm still flying by hand, so just bear with me, Trailer. I'll read that in just a moment. Coming up on 90, we're passing 9,200, so we're almost at cruise, so just give me one more moment here, and I'll get it leveled off and trimmed out, and we'll we'll see what the idea is all about. And yeah, and if I don't do it as soon as I finish this tour, it may be the next one after the European thing, or when we have 2 concurrent series going. Who knows, man? I'm crazy like that. Just make sure I'm not missing anything on the checklists here. As we get ready to level off, we can, whoops, go ahead and close the, oh, I had the cow flaps in the wrong position that entire time, but now they're closed. Alright, so 10,000, we'll level it out, wait for the cruise airspeed to come up where we want it. Continuing to trim down while that airspeed kind of comes up into where we need it to be, and then we'll pull the RPMs down just a touch. So they're about 2300. Okay, airway tracking looks like it's a little bit better. This thing kind of locked in on 10,000. We'll get the autopilot engaged, and then we'll catch up with some stuff. We'll catch up with the route information, navigation, and then we'll catch up with Trailer's message as well. So autopilot, altitude, and nav modes can come on. We take a peek up at the top of the screen. We see all those nice yellow lights indicating that what we just did indeed take. Looking good. Spin through the engine gauges, everything's in the greens. Oh, we do want to go ahead and lean the mix out now too. Get the EGTs as high up as they'll go. Ooh, looks like it's not going to be very high either. In this cold air, I guess they're going to just sit a little lower than what I'm used to. Okay, yep, that seems to be where we're at. Alright, so that does our trip to cruise. You guys can feel free to break out the snacks now. I'm going to grab another sip of the Red Bull here. And Trailer, what were we talking about here? Trailer says, while I was on vacation to St. Augustine. Ooh, now we got some bumps. Alright, careful, MelvinLeroy. Might have some good turbulence coming up. Sorry, the Trailer, I was reading and I got distracted. The Trailer says, while I was on vacation to St. Augustine, I went to Amelia Island. The airport was the final airport in a chain of the East Seacoast air path that stretch from Maine to Florida. Interesting. Can be a future event too, not necessarily the next one. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually. I like it. Would love to do an East Coast tour in a little bit more detail, actually. You know, of course, we did the very first few legs of the Great GBE58 Lower 48 State Tour, went from Maine to Florida, but we really only did one stop in each state, and we didn't really get to see a lot of the really cool places along the Atlantic coast. So, yeah, that does sound like a pretty interesting one. I'd love to kick that one around more and maybe put that on the slate. So, yep, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Not loving this turbulence. Alright, before we consider taking it up another 2,000, let's just get a handle on our navigation plan, because I didn't really look in too much detail at this. Okay, 116.8 is the one we're tracking inbound to, so let's first of all get that set. 116.8 is there. Oh, I do need to go back to my planning page. We did take off about 10 minutes early, so I want to just update my times so that our estimate at the end has a fair comparison. Let's go back to the checklist page. Alright, so the navigation plan, as I was saying. 291 outbound on pier, It's a 78-mile leg, so that's 39 miles out and then 39 miles in. Where are we now? 24. So we're coming up on that navigation transition. Let's go ahead and, I know we've got nav 2 pre-tuned, but it's a 111 radial. So what's that mean we tune here on the nav 2? 111 plus 180 is 291. Okay. I think that's, yeah, that's the same number that we got set on the top half, so that makes it a little easier on the transition. 270, 280, 290. And let's find my, I know I've got a view, yeah, where we're a little zoomed in. There we go. So there's 290 there. There's that 291. Yeah, we're going to call that 291. 26 out, 51 in, so we've got a little ways before we need to make that switch of the 13 miles or so. Alright, and then the next step after that is continuing out westbound from this Dupree VOR to this point Dixley, and we got to watch because we're only going 55 miles out on that piece of the airway, and then we're picking this one up. So we've got a little turn to make there. We'll show you how you can set up your 2 VOR gauges so that you'll have a cross-reference as to when that turn takes place. I think we might need to just go ahead and take this up another 2,000 and hope that we can get out of this rough air. Melvin's trimmed out at 156, so I'm actually quite a bit faster. But it's all right, man. Once I get down at stop 1, we'll be all good. Yeah, we had to. So while we're looking at that, all right. So you guys should be hearing that audio now. Although it seems like it came through a little quiet, but he's kind of distant. He's still at the airport, so. Me being out a ways, he was supposed to come through quiet, but I think he came through a little quieter than intended even. So let's just bump this up to there, and we'll see how that goes. Okay. Melvin said he heard it fine. Okay, good, man. Yeah, I was tinkering with the sound settings because of the group flight last Monday, and I don't think I ever set them back to where I had them. It looks like it's trying to clear up ahead. Yeah, let me just take it up a little bit. Back in the climb. Pitch up. Yeah, we got auto managing this climb, but we may need to take over that manually here. Ours go up to 11, a la Spinal Tap. But yeah, we're going to have to actually take it up to 12,000. Make sure we're still on a westbound altitude. Alright, where are we with the navigation transition? We're at 35 and change, so we've got 4 more miles to go. We need to be ready to start making that transition. We should center the heading bug. Should always kind of have that heading bug centered, just in case you need to pop it into heading mode for a turn or whatever. I've been a little lazy with that tonight so far. Anyway, real quick, let's show you the rest of the plan here. So like I said, we got this leg west of Dupree that we're only going out 55 miles, and then we're picking up this Victor Airway northbound, Victor 491, that goes straight into Dickinson. Now, Dickinson was not the original plan. We were originally going to Bowman. Where is Bowman? There's Billings. There's our second stop tonight. Bowman is... Where was it? Kind of out in the middle of nowhere. But the problem was, it only had 2 RNAV approaches, and... Yeah, let's see, I'll find it in just a moment. Let's go ahead and make that navigation transition here. Nav mode, I'm sorry, heading mode. We'll switch the top radio to 116.8. Oh, should have had that in the standby already. It is the same radial, so it should come kind of right back in. 291. Yeah, it looks like it might be a degree off, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and lock that back into nav mode, and the plane will do its best to correct. We're having some trouble picking up altitude here, guys. Oh yeah, we're going to Dickinson, not Bowman. I didn't see who called that, who made that text. Hold on one second. Dickinson, not Bowman, MelvinLeroy, and I'll show you why in just a moment. And we're still... Still picking up altitude, although we're still fighting it. Alright, so the next navigation step. Alright, first of all, let's come back to our path here. Next navigation step after Dupree, 116.8, is out on a 285. So let's get that preset, 116.8 and 285 down here. So that's 285 set. Okay, good. Alright, so you have Bowman, BWW, KBIL. I wanted to go there so bad because BWW to me means Buffalo Wild Wings. Well, here's the situation. Well, now it says 10 statute miles in the overcast 2000. At the time that I started the stream, MelvinLeroy, it was reporting like a half-mile visibility. The problem is, we've only got an RNAV 1.3 and an RNAV 3.1 at Bowman. So there's no instrument approaches I'm able to fly as a slant alpha aircraft into Bowman. And with the visibility down to like half mile and very low minimum cloud deck, I just wasn't going to risk it. So we diverted before we even diverted. So Dickinson's the plan up here. Here we've still got 4 statute miles and light snow, but we do have an ILS to runway 32 that we can use. So got a better chance of getting into Dickinson tonight. But yeah, we made that adjustment prior to stream going live because Bowman was just reporting conditions that I wasn't comfortable with, for not having a radio-based approach. Melvin's back on the dark side. He's flying slant golf tonight. It's all good. So yeah, it's your choice. They're not that far apart. But yeah, we're just up the airway just a touch to Dickinson. Coming up on 12,000 finally. Pop it back into altitude mode. The air is not any smoother here, by the way. But we'll fight it out. Yep, Melvin's Kodiak's got a heart of glass. Second song reference of the night. Alright, let's watch that DME countdown. It's 29 and coming downwards. Alright, so I mentioned a couple things that I wanted to touch on and circle back on here. We mentioned the upcoming end of the great BE58 Lower 48 State Tour. Oh, Tiber is here. Hey, Tiber, what's going on, man? Appreciate you stopping in. Appreciate that subscription, too, man. What you on, like a 5-month now? Awesome. The support is greatly appreciated, brother. But anyway, so yeah, let's bring up the map real quick. The great BE58 Lower 48 State Tour coming to a close in about maybe a month and a half from now, about 6 weeks from now. 5 or 6, yeah, I can't remember what. I think it was 5, or you might be right, it might be 6. At any rate, it's more appreciated than you know, man. But so we're coming up to the last few legs, and of course it looks like, when you really look at the distance that I still have to cover, it looks like a lot. However, these are really long legs out here. When you're making a stop in every state in the Northeast, those stops are a lot more crammed together. Out here we got a lot of distance to cover per leg, and that's why tonight we just kind of hustled it off into the air. We got 2 fairly long flights to do, but we're coming down to the wire here, where we're planning on wrapping this thing up at the end of January 27th. If the schedule holds up, will be the finale, the grand finale, legs 46 and 47 of the 47-leg 48 State Tour. We're going to be departing from, where are we going to be over there? Let's see. We're going to be departing from Farmingdale, Mexico. We're going to be making that stop in Grand Canyon, Arizona, and then on to 29 Palms in California. So those are the last couple of legs. January 27th, we've been in touch with the simcoders.com people, and we let them know what we were up to and how much we enjoy flying their product here as the Reality Expansion Pack Enhanced Beach Baron. They have agreed to sponsor a giveaway for that night, January 27th, as we roll into 29 Palms. So one of their simcoders.com Reality Expansion Pack products is up for grabs that night. We're going to do it as a 2-round guess the landing rate competition, similar to the one we did over at St. Bartholomew's. And so the winner, the closest guesser of those 2 landings, will pick up a free copy of the simcoders.com Reality Expansion Pack for the plane of your choice. The only 2 planes that you can't choose are the 2 where they've developed the entire plane in conjunction with the modeler. The Reality Expansion Pack overlays that you overlay on top of another existing product are all up for grabs. So you got your choice of 7, one of which is this here Beach Baron, another of which is the default Cessna 172 for X-Plane, which is also compatible with the Prop Strike modification of the default 172. So that's tested and approved and does indeed work. And so that'd be a great, yeah, you'd love to have the REP for the PC-12. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's one that you can choose. Let me just double check if I can find the announcement. Yeah, the Carenado PC-12 is definitely on that list. So yeah, they're mostly Carenado planes, as a matter of fact. The 7 you can choose from Carenado are the following 5: the PC-12, the Carenado Baron, the Centurion, the V-35, and the F-33 Bonanzas. So those are the 5 from Carenado, and then you got the default X-Plane Beach Baron and the default X-Plane 172. So those are your 7 that you can choose from. So that would be definitely one of those, Justin. So if you want to make sure you join us on that night, the 27th of January, and if you're the best guesser of my 2 landing rates, then a free copy of that REP for whichever Carenado plane of your choice, or whichever default X-Plane 11 plane of your choice, would be happily given over. Can I bring up the map and mouse over what I'm doing right now? Actually, I can't, because of the way I have it set up in the Streamlabs is my mouse cursor doesn't show, and I can't snip a copy of this. Well, actually, I can. I think. Hold on. We'll cheat. I'll snip the preview. Let's see. Now the other thing is I did modify this to work slightly from when I first published it. But where are we? We're in Pierre, South Dakota. We're going to North Dakota, and then Billings, Montana. So I believe we're picking the two legs here that encircle the BE58. So there you go. Close as I can get you. Alright, where are we at in relation to our nav aid? 16 miles out, so we got a little bit of time. Look at that, we're only tracking toward it at 135 knots. We've got a hell of a tailwind, a hell of a headwind, indicating 160. And yeah, only tracking with the headwind, only tracking 135. Yeesh. Gonna make a long flight even longer. I don't think I ever reduced the cruise power back to 23 either. Yep, and then we'll readjust the mix as well. So I've been a bad steward of the engine so far tonight. Alright, so there's where they peak. We'll get it back enriched slightly to where it goes, maybe one line down from that, and then we're good to go. Yeah, so I haven't been taking good care of these engines tonight. Hopefully that doesn't come back to bite me. Melvin says, uh-oh, a great lesson. I went to modify my route in the 1000, ended up deleting everything, unable to set any waypoints, so now you're back to leaning on your slant alpha knowledge anyway. So yeah, you got 3 G1000s in the cockpit and you're flying radio nav. That's awesome. If this is real weather, there's a real strong jet just south of me. Yeah, so that, yeah. We got active sky for XP running, ASXP running. Yeah, the precipitation seems like it's kind of dissipated or moved off, but I wonder if we can get all that out of there. And where's the there's got all these wind barbs here. I don't know how to read those as well. Can we click on them? Yeah, I don't know how to read those as well. I'm assuming that it's got all these extra barbs on it. That's a bad thing. Nice and clear at 16. I'm not getting up to 16. I barely made it to 12. Turn all that back on. I do need to watch that. We're about to make, no, we're not making the turn yet, but we are about to pass over this VOR at Dupree, so just make sure we don't blow past that turn as we are often apt. 10 miles. Oh, you're the so yeah. Yeah, Yahtzee's on this Denver Center tonight. Yeah, we kind of pointed that out at the beginning that we were kind of hovering right around your. Oh, we're like grazing it. Yeah, we're not touching Denver space tonight, although I guess we can reach out and slap it as we go by. Oh well, sorry about. If you even lay a finger on my airspace, you'll smack us in the face with a contact me. Yeah, I think, of course, I know the lateral boundaries aren't always exactly correct. But yeah, according to this, we stay north of it, and then we cross into Salt Lake over here. Or no, we don't cross into Salt Lake until second leg, looks like. Yep. Oh well, sorry bud. Yeah, Justin. Yeah, give it a nice high five as we go by. Just like we high five the dude standing in the traffic circle at St. Bart's with the landing gear. Oh my God. That first night. Not the contest night. The contest night, well, that had its own issues, but that first time I flew that approach with the AW Design scenery package, saw that dude in the yellow shirt standing in a traffic circle with his arms in the air. Pretty much high-fived him as it went over. Let's just say I was a touch low. So 5 miles, and remember at 12,000 feet, we're pretty much 2 miles above that thing too. I don't know what the ground elevation is there, so we're almost 2 miles, I would say. So ground elevation at the airport's like 2,500. So we're about 1.8 miles above that, so we're not going to see that DME count all the way down to 0. We do want to be ready to make kind of a left turn here. I'm going to set the heading bug over to the left a little bit because it's the 285 outbound that we're going to pick up off of it. Oh, Tiber's working the real ZMP tonight. Yeah, we're in Minneapolis space, but not, I guess, the sector that you're working is what you're saying. Yeah, of course, we tend to talk to our friend Ground Point Niner on a lot of these, but he's been, he hasn't been working the scopes much lately. He's been traveling for family reasons, so I haven't talked to him in a while, actually. Alright, so 2.1, and it looks like it's starting to kind of flip over here. Let's go ahead and get in the heading mode, and then we'll get a 285 set. Again, we got to use this zoomed view. I kind of like that. There we go. There's a 285. We'll keep it a little bit to the right. Looks like I might have trunked that turn just a little bit early, but that's all right. Normally I overshoot them, so every now and then I got to undershoot one just to keep the averages. Alright, so while we're waiting for that 285 to come in, let's go ahead and start getting set up for the next step here. This is going to be kind of a radical turn. We're going to pick up this Dickinson VOR. 112.9er is the, get that set in the standby on nav 1, but we'll also get it set in nav 2. 12.9, and it's more or less northbound, is it not? 169 is the radial. Okay, so it's northbound minus the magnetic deviation. So northbound 169, 17, this would be 35, so that'd be 349. Am I doing that math right in any way, shape, or form? 169 would be 349, right? Yeah, I think so. Okay, yeah, and it's going to show that we're way right, of course, obviously, because we are. Alright, so that needle's starting to edge ever so slightly back in. Yeah, so leg 1 tonight, Tiber, is we took off from Pierce, South Dakota. We're headed up to Dickinson, North Dakota. We were originally going to Bowman, but the weather up in Bowman was looking frightful, and the instrument approaches were not looking too insightful. So we decided to fly somewhere that actually has an ILS rather than 2 useless RNAV approaches. So it's, yeah, Pierce, South Dakota to Dickinson, North Dakota, then Dickinson, North Dakota on to Billings, Montana. Those are the 2 legs tonight. Yep, and of course the entirety of the leg 1 is in Minneapolis' space. and then pretty much as soon as we depart from Dickinson, almost immediately cross into Salt Lakes. Yeah, Yahtzee, we just decided to avoid you all night, man. We knew you were going to be here. Appreciate it, he says. Anytime, brother. Real quick, get visiting status in Salt Lake, and then we can have you on for leg 2. Well, won't take you that long. Tiber says that's Area 4 in Minneapolis. Let's see, yeah, and he works Area 5. So let's see, whoops, hang on. Virtual Minneapolis has a sector map up. I presume it's based on the real one. Yeah, so let's see. Whoops. So these sector numbers don't match up with what you're saying. So I wonder if they are subdivided further, or if these are the high altitude ones. Oh, okay. Up top it says Sector 5. Yeah, are these the high altitude numbers then? What am I looking at? So 5 and 13. We're in 4. Yeah, I'm guessing what we're seeing on this map are just the high altitude ones. Yep, and Tiber's confirming that. Makes sense. VATSIM traffic is so jet-oriented all the time. $29 and $30, okay. Oh, I just closed that map too. Well, let's get it back. Mini center. You know what? Damn you, Google. Thank you for helping, but stop helping. Mini center. Hello. We've stumped it. Okay. Oh, there we go. And then pilots and split information. So 29 and 30 is what you work. All right. Yeah, I see. 29 and 30 down the southern part here. There you go. From Ames, kind of over here to Springview, Burke, that area. Okay, gotcha. That's cool. This is a really cool. I wish all the ARTCCs had this. This is nice to refer to when you're sitting on the ground at a Friday night ops and you got 10 centers on it and you don't know which one you're supposed to contact. So Minneapolis is definitely leading the charge when it comes to that. There's a 28 over 29 and 30, okay. Yeah, I presume that there's also a little bit of simplification going on. Like I said, they're showing the high altitude sectors and not the low altitude sectors here, necessarily. A little bit of simplification going on because they just never ever on VATSIM staff up all these sectors like you would in the real world. Trailder says, yeah, VATSIM. Boston's awesome for me and my helo. They actually have me run the heli routes on SkyVector. Yep, and you actually will get that in DC2, Trailer. The DC tower training and approach training includes all of the Potomac heli routes. Yeah, Tiber, I'm sure that, like I said, that I'm sure that they have them. Only the ones that are actually used on VATSIM probably on that map. Alright, so 55 miles out is where we're... I tell you what, we still haven't even picked up that radial definitively yet. I'm going to put another 10 degrees correction in there. Let's get on that thing, let auto take that for us. He's doing a nice job of maintaining 12,000 for us. We got out of that really bad turbulent air, fortunately. So another little mix adjustment here. Okay. Yeah, nice to keep those EGTs up where they need to be. Let's go ahead and get nav mode re-engaged in just a second. I want to let that needle come more over to the center before I put it back into nav. Justin's reeling us in. Well, F-18 will do that, man. I know he's not in an F-18, it's just going to seem like he is when he blows past us. Justin says, well, I caught up. Yeah, so I'll wave to you as you fly over, man. I don't see you. I know you're out there somewhere. Third song reference of the night. Alright, where'd we end up here? 21 miles west, we're going to 55. Oh, so yeah. Notice how my VOR2 gauge here shows us shows us right of course. It says we need to correct to the left. Just to explain that, of course you hardcore slant alpha navigators know what I'm about to do here, but just for those of you who are new. So we've got the NAV2 radio set up for this next leg, which is this northbound leg. So we've got tuned to this VOR, Dickinson up here, and we got this radio coming out in a southbound direction. So this is what our NAV2 is tuned to. Now we're coming in from this direction. The radio navigation instruments have no idea what we're attempting to do, okay? They don't know anything about this path and this turn. All they know is this radio off of this VOR, and right now we are to the right of it, and we need to correct to the left to get onto this radio. So that's what it's showing. That's why it's showing that needle pegged all the way over to the left-hand side like that. Or I think in this case it's a vertical needle. But it's showing that pegged to the left-hand side because it's trying to get us to come left and then get back on that course. If everything happens the way the coach lines it up on the chalkboard, this needle will start to move to the center at the same time this gets to 55. The reason I know that is because our chart says now it's a 195-mile leg to the next VOR, but we're only following the first portion of it here. 55 is this segment right out to here. This is not a 55. That is a 5,500. That tells us we need to be, if we are off this airway, we need to be at least at this altitude to be guaranteed we're not going to crash into any obstacles or buildings or whatnot, mountains. I love it. Here's one thing I don't quite understand. Maybe somebody knowledgeable can explain this to me. normally the off-airway minimums are higher than the on-airway minimums. But in this case, we have to be at 10,000. We can be as low as 6,600 with ATC permission, and that has to do with the VORs not being really well receivable below 10,000, I think. But if we wander off of this airway, you'd think we would be wandering into higher terrain. No, we're wandering into lower terrain. So what's the purpose of being on the airway then? They just put all the highest mountains right over that airway, I guess. Actually, let's look. Not really. No, I think those minimums probably have more to do with radio reception range on these VORs then. That's my guess. We had a beep. Did we just lose a connection here? Yeah, we lost the voice server, so we're popping off and back on the VATSIM network. Hopefully we're back on. Nerdbark just got bumped off too. Yeah, it might have just been a server glitch. I'm happy that we at least got the little audio, little alert sound on that this time. That's something I've been waiting for. Melvin says it's because the geese fly between 5,500 and 6,000. I got you. Yeah, MelvinLeroy, that reminds me of the joke, and I don't know if it's a joke or if it was actually a real actual complaint that happened. Some Department of Highways worker somewhere said that they got a complaint. A woman was complaining that the deer crossing sign was in a very inconvenient location on the highway that ran past her town, and it was very dangerous there. So they should have the deer cross somewhere else that's not quite as dangerous. Makes perfect sense. Yes, that's what I said. What do you call a deer that can't see, MelvinLeroy? Please enlighten us, sir. Tabor says, since I work for the government, that really does make perfect sense. Sadly, I have to agree. I actually gave up a government job for a private job a year and a half ago, but it always made me feel uneasy coming home as a libertarian working for the state government. No. What you call a deer that can't see? No idea. Very good, sir. Very good. Appreciate it. All right, so MelvinLeroy is asking, what do we call a blind deer with no legs? What do we call a blind deer with no legs? Still no idea. Good gracious, man. If you've ever mowed your lawn and found a car, you might be a redneck. If you let your 14-year-old smoke at the dinner table in front of her kids, you might be a redneck. If the front porch on your trailer collapsed and killed more than 2 dogs, you might be a redneck. I didn't get the pronunciation of the word dogs right in that one, I'm sorry. It's more open, more than 2 dogs. There we go. All right, I've redeemed myself. Alright, where are we at? Heaven help us, give Slant Alpha something to do so he'll stop doing Jeff Foxworthy jokes. 42 miles out, so another 13 miles before we make that turn. At this rate, that's about another hour. Yeah, that needle's starting to creep over. That's what caught my attention just now. MelvinLeroy, yes. MelvinLeroy says, I blame that last 5 minutes on myself. You are not incorrect, sir. Just listen for my accent when I key up the radio, Justin. Yeah, Justin, Mr. Alabama. I know, I've heard it before. I actually kind of dig your accent. In a completely platonic sort of way. You talking about my people? Yes, sir, I am. Miss Furry Co-Pilot number 3 stopped in and paid us a visit. That means Furry Co-Pilot number 1 is off watch, otherwise he would never allow this. Alright, Teeber's got to go talk to the real pilots. Appreciate you being here, brother. Stop in any time. A drawl? Very good, Justin. It's all good, my friend. We got a redraw going on there. Now I can't snap. Alright, now I gotta knock that redneck accent out. Get back to talking normal. Alright, so 47 miles. Yeah, that needle's still slowly creeping over. Uh-oh. Into the muck. And what are you doing down there with my pedals there, dear? Careful now. Okay, when I call you Furry Co-Pilot, that doesn't literally mean you should be operating the controls. Are we still in below freezing temperatures? Yeah, I would say by a little bit. Just a touch. Slightly cold up here, guys. Hope the heat's working. We do need to be ready to make this turn to the northbound radial here. Let's go ahead and get that preset in the heading bug. We are not in heading mode, so we'll go ahead and spin that over. We're turning to a 3.5 something or other. Got to clear the throat out just a touch here, guys. Let me do that without blowing your eardrums out. Give me a second. It does call for another sip of Red Bull. Well, that made it so much worse. Be right back. Alright, now we're back, and we'll go ahead and pop the aircraft into heading mode. We're going to go ahead and switch the nav 2 to the same frequency as we got. So switch the nav 1 to the same frequency we got the nav 2 set. Let's come in closer on that. The radial that we're setting was what? A 349, I think it was. Right there. Did I overshoot it slightly? Okay, we'll just go due north until we get back on it then. 349 is what I believe it was. That's what it looks like I got it set to in the nav 2. I'm going to just verify that on the chart here. 349 should be a 169 coming off of the radial, and it is indeed a 169. Okay, so we're good there. Let's just get back on it. We'll pop it over a few more degrees. Yeah, we are in the muck, guys. This is, whew. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day. When it's cold outside, I got the flight that takes all day. Alright, get back over on that radio. Come on now. Work it, work it, work it. Alright, while we're waiting for that radio to come back in, we're going to go ahead and get set up for our next navigation step, which I guess is, well, navigating inbound to Dickinson, and then we're pretty much going to need to start planning our descent here. Yeah, that's close enough. Let's go ahead and pop that back into nav mode. And let's start figuring out what we're doing from a descent and arrival standpoint here, gentlemen. What do you say? Still got no ATC. Oh, Yahtzee bailed. Yahtzee bailed. Denver's not even staffed anymore. Now we're definitely all by our lonesomes. Justin's just completely kicking our ass getting up there. Alright, let's start looking over the plan here. What do you think? We want to back out of that. We want to look at KDIK. I might need to stop at the little pilot's room real quick before we start down. Let's figure out what we're doing, and then I'll decide whether I can do that before descent or after we get down. So we got a nice little cross there to choose from. Let's hope we don't have to land on 2.5, because then we get attacked with a little land on 2.5. Good gracious, this is crazy. If you land on 2.5, you've either got to get permission to exit onto the northbound runway, or if you roll it long, you literally got to back taxi all the way, either off there or all the way back to You know what might be good at this airport? I don't know, I might need to suggest this to these guys. What they might want to install at some point would be a taxiway or two. That's crazy. Okay. Anyway, let's look at the wind. Pilot, come on over here. Meet our K, what is this called? KDIC? 330, 21 gusting to 30. Alright, well, good news and bad news time. Bad news is 21 gusting to 30. The good news is it's at 330, which is almost right down the center line here on runway 32. So that's definitely going to be the plan. If we can, we'll land it and we'll turn off onto runway 7. Use that as a glorified taxiway. If not, we've got exit at Bravo or Charlie here. And we'll head to this FBO here off of Bravo and Charlie. So that's the plan. 3-2. I believe 3-2 is the one we've got the ILS to as well. We got a VOR Alpha, but we do have an ILS 3-2. That's going to make it too easy. And we got a feeder off of the Dickinson VOR. I think what we'll kind of do, guys, is we'll just kind of self-vector for a straight-in ILS. We got this. We got the outer marker as well, 353. We can tune that. That'll just kind of help us vector ourselves right into that straight-in approach. So we'll go 353 on the ADF. And no joy on that just yet. $5,000 to the intercept point. The intercept point is 10.6 short of the VOR. So here's where we figure top of descent. We want to go from 12,000 to 5,000. So we got 12 minus 5 is 7,000 to lose. I like to use 3.5 miles per 1,000 feet, so 24 miles, 24.5 miles prior to the VOR. However, we want to be down at 5,000 by 10.6 from the VOR. So that means 35 miles from the VOR is when we want to start that descent, if we haven't passed that already. Oh, I would say we got a little ways yet. Okay, good. So that gives me time to run to the little pilot's room, grab another Red Bull, and when we come back, we will give this approach a little bit more of a thorough briefing, and we'll get ready to start our descent and arrival into Dickinson. All right, everybody on board? Cool. We'll see you back in a few minutes. Smoke them if you got them, and stay tuned, guys. We'll be back for the exciting conclusion to leg number 1 tonight, so sit tight. Back with you for just a second. The other furry co-pilots had to make a bathroom run as well, so let me get them back with the missus, and we'll be back with you in just a second. Haven't forgotten about you, I meant to say. So sit tight. Alright, I'm here. I'm going to have to run back and let her back in. She's taking her time. Oh well. I really do want to check real quick and see if this works. Yeah, it looks like my emoticon hasn't quite made it yet. VATSIM audio went down again. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, I'm pushing my push to talk and nothing's happening. Yeah, so if I disconnect and reconnect, it's working fine again, Justin. But the first time it happened, it gave me a little tone to let me know, a tone and a message to let me know that the voice had disconnected. But this last time, it just kind of mysteriously stopped working. Downwind Sim is here. I was just trying to test the emoticon for your binoculars. I don't think it's working yet, so I guess I still need to wait and hear from Twitch as to when that gets approved. But yeah, not too bad. I did divert from Bowman to Dickinson, North Dakota, even before we filed the plan. We changed the plan up, so we're not actually diverting, but we just changed the destination before we got rolling to Dickinson rather than Bowman, because the weather at Bowman was reporting like a half-mile visibility, and the only approaches there were RNAV approaches. So had to change the plan up. Didn't tell us loyal followers. I did so, MelvinLeroy. You want to check my my Twitter, my Facebook, and my Discord announcements. You will have all the evidence you need that I gave all due diligence on that, brother. It's all good, though. 57 miles to go. It does sound like furry co-pilot number 2 is ready to come back in, so let me duck back out. Be right back again. And Downwind Sim says, so now MelvinLeroy is lost in the abyss. When we got sorted out the destination for leg 1, and then when he went to change his route, he blanked it all out, couldn't get it back in. So he's got all these beautiful glass cockpit screens in his Quest Kodiak that he now can't use. So he's doing it old school slant alpha like I am. No, man, oh man. Alright, I think it's time to take a closer look at this ILS approach here, guys. 108.3 and 320. Let's get as much of this preset as we can. 108 and 3 into the standby, and we'll get it into the nav 2 as well. 108, 3 into the nav 2, and we'll go ahead and pop that into the active on nav 2. Won't be showing anything just yet. 320. Again, we'll go ahead and tune that into the nav 2 radio. We won't be able to put it into nav 1 just yet. Let's go one more. Okay, one more zoom level. Yeah, so that's looking good. Get that Kodiak figured out, says Downwind Sim. Yeah, it's too complicated for me. Let's see. Working on it, says Mel. Alright, so 108, 3, and 320. We talked about the winds coming from 3-3, so it's going to be a very slight right to left, mostly gusting right down the center line, but it's going to be a pretty firm wind, so we might even have a little bit of a right to left component to it. We'll be ready. The field elevation is essentially 2,600 feet. Intercept altitude's 5,000. Minimums for a straight in, we'll say 2,800 more or less. What is the cloud cover? Are we going to have issues with that 2,800 foot minimums? Probably not. I think the cloud cover was in the thousands. It was scattered at 2,000, overcast 2,500. So we should be okay. We're going to come through that cloud layer during the approach, right around intercept altitude of 5,000 sea level. But once we start on the glide slope, we should be okay with cloud cover. But just in case we need it, minimum's 2,800 feet more or less. Downwind Sim says, are you an active sky user? Yes, I do have active sky X-plane running. So let's see. We talked about the turn-off direction. We're going to be turning off to the right as we come off the runway 32. Either onto runway 7 or Bravo or Charlie if we have to roll it long. Most likely up to runway 7, but hopefully we won't have to roll it any longer than that. Windy and snowing, says Justin. Yeah, 4 statute miles visibility, light snow. It is going to be a pretty interesting approach. Do I know about the FSS ATIS reports? I do. I tend not to use them just because I use what's on VATSIM. And even when I don't have voice weather on VATSIM, I just use the METAR over the pilot client. That's just the way I prefer to do it. Where are we at? 45 miles out. So we got another 10 miles to go. I think we've covered everything in the approach briefing. Let's just double check. Frequency, course, winds, minimums, ceiling, missed approach, and turn off. Yep, so we're good. So another 10 miles. We'll go ahead and start that top of descent. Probably not a bad idea actually to update that METAR pool just to see. Oh, did we get disconnected? Oh no, that was from, yeah, there we go. Whew. Are we, well, okay, voice is still working. METAR, K, where are we going? KDIC. Okay, so that's the same observation, I think. 0056, 0056, yeah, same one. Hasn't changed. Yeah, Downwind Sim, I just recently started using the COM2 to pull the voice ATIS on VATSIM. Up until the new voice system came out, even when there was a voice ATIS available, I always did it over text, just because it was kind of helpful to simulate the ability to monitor your main channel while also getting that weather information. what I like to call a compensation cheat. Oh, it's a handy feature with virtual reality, says Downwind Sim. Yeah, it's when you're not able as readily to do a lot of typing. I could see that being a real nice thing. Justin, did you blow past us, man? Justin's well on up the road. Justin's already in California, man. Justin's pretty much at Dickinson. Downwind Sim's going to add, he says, the Downwind Sim keyboard and the second item in the product line. Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear back from Twitch as to when the binoculars will be available in the stream chat. And Justin just landed, okay. Have fun, he says, yeah. I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will be. Okay, so ADF just spun into position there, so that's going to give us our little cheat vector to our final approach course. So we'll, and top of descent we said 35 miles, I think is what we said, and it's 37. So pretty much coming up on the point where we're going to turn off of the airway onto the final, or onto the, toward the final approach course, and we'll go ahead and start our descent down to about 5,000. Well, not about 5,000, essentially exactly 5,000. We do need to, speaking of which, one thing I did not do, get the altimeter setting, 29902, okay. So let's, it's only one off there, okay. Alright, so 35, let's go ahead and pop that into heading mode. We'll reduce power 15 and 20. Manifold pressure coming down to 15. Propellers coming down to 20. A few notches of down trim there, or down pitch on the autopilot. Alright, 15 and 20 set. And it looks like we might have overshot the ADF just a little bit. We want to get that pointing straight up. And we'll go ahead and get that ILS tuned in. Oh, we didn't talk about the missed approach. I need to go ahead and get that all set up as well. Let's get the 108 and 320 set on the nav 1. Alright, so there's that. The Dickinson 112.9 should be set on nav 2 because that's our DME reference for this approach. 31 miles out. We do want to we do want to open up cow flaps. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Rough and windy is another statement, says Justin. Alright, man. We'll do our best. We're on our way down. So, missed approach. We didn't talk about that. 5,000 straight. Oh, and then right turn direct to Dickinson. Okay, well that's easy enough because we're already going to have Dickinson tuned for the DME reference. But it's also our missed approach hold, so easy enough. And the whole direction on Dickinson is a 183. So we'll go ahead and get all that set up in the nav too. Actually, for the missed approach, we'll set, it looks like it might be, you know, kind of a northeast bearing to it from the airport. So we'll set that because we're going to need to navigate directly to it. So we'll kind of be prepared to do that if we have to from the airport there. So just leave it at that for now. Adjusting the heading again. Again, we're looking at this ADF gauge here. We want to make sure that's pointed straight up because that's how we're going to know we're pointed come right in on this final approach course. So if we're coming from somewhere over in this direction, and as long as we're pointed right to this, then that's how we'll know we're joining the final approach. So I think we're all set for that now. So 10 miles from top of descent. We should have descended about 3,000 feet. Let's see where we are. 12 to 9. Ah, perfect. Anti-icing stuff still on, definitely. Stig of the Sky is here. No, not going Grand Forks. We're going to, where are we going? Dickinson, North Dakota. Alright, there's our localizer just popped in. Looks like we've got a glide slope indication too, so. What do you say, guys? Is it time to kick auto out or is it too soon? Think I ought to fly the rest of this by hand? It's looking like it's getting a little interesting, to say the least. Sorry, I didn't mean to bump the mic there, guys. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Let's grab one more little sip of Red Bull here. Yeah, light snow trailer is what's in the METAR for Dickinson Airport, so we'll see how this goes. Downwind Sim's egging us on, says, yeah, go ahead and give it a try. So autopilot off, flight director off. And let's see what we can do. Try and keep wings level attitude and not too much of a pitch down. Just constant scan of the instruments, mostly looking at the attitude indicator to keep those wings level. Definitely got to keep half an eye on that ADF gauge down there, make sure we're still tracking straight towards that NDB. Don't want to forget to make a position announcement at some point here. "22 miles out, it's a little early for that. Alright, let's get the pitch back up. We don't need to be diving towards the ground here. Stig of the Sky says, yeah, you're taking a trip out to BF you know where, man. Yeah, absolutely. I'm told the weather is a touch adverse here. I'm not sure if I believe it. Yeah, BFN, really, north. Vince and Oxymoron, I love the handle. Haven't seen you here before that I can remember. Appreciate you stopping in. Yeah, it's a touch on the breezy side, it appears. We're getting blown off course as well. I'm trying to get that ADF pointed straight up and down. Lower left-hand corner. We got the follow button from Ropley. I'm having trouble. You guys are really blowing up the chat, which is great. I appreciate all the folks stopping in to say hi, but you happen to do that right when I turn the autopilot off, and I'm not able to keep up with the chat messages quite as well. So I apologize for that, guys. Catch up with the chat messages when I get on the ground. We can start getting landing rate predictions in too if you want. Got a little plugin that's going to give us the vertical rate of descent right at the moment that the mains touch. So if you want to put a prediction in, I'd normally say anywhere from 50 to about 500, but weather like this, you might want to up that a little bit. Disavowed says, flying out, talk later. Yeah, this one's going to have my hands full. 5,000 is where we need to be, so let's go ahead and get leveled out here. Normally when you level out, you want to add power. I'm not going to do that because I want the speed to go ahead and start coming down. Get the propellers up a touch, even though I'm pulling manifold pressure down slightly as well. Fighting the aircraft just to get on this localizer. Make sure we stay at 5,000. Don't want to descend any more until we pass by that that NDB. Just fighting to keep the wings level though. Got a little bit more power back in now. Down to 120 knots. It's kind of where we want to be for our approach, first stage of our approach here. Don't quite want to go gear and flaps just yet. A little far out for that. We'll start configuring until we're probably within 10. Even that's a little on the far side. So mostly just looking at the attitude indicator, trying to keep the wings as level as possible. Got to keep watching that localizer starting to come in now, so let's go ahead and get turned over here. Again, it's not much of a crosswind, it's mostly just right down the center line. Slight right to left maybe, we might need to correct slightly to the right. We'll kind of leave it at that until we're sure we're coming in on that loc. Picked up some speed. I'm going to bring that back down. Justin says I didn't see the field until about 3 to 4 out. Yeah. I have no doubt it will be somewhat soupy until we're in a touch closer. Alright, so we're now, yeah, it's slightly right of course on that loc now, so I'm coming back. It doesn't seem like there's much of a wind correction, so I'm going to pretty much line it straight up and down. Fighting to keep that 5,000 altitude constant. And I've picked up a little too much speed here. But yeah, just keeping wings as level as I can. Just a slight bit of up pitch now as we start pulling the speed down. Not even really looking for the field at this point. I don't expect to see it anywhere close to right now, so I'm not even really looking. I'm focused on the attitude indicator mostly, and the HSI secondarily. Got that flashing blue outer marker. Glide slope's coming down, so we're at the intercept point. We can see that NDB is starting to flip over as well. Dickinson traffic, Baron 514 Delta Victor's passive final approach fix for ILS 32 Dickinson. Alright, so start a descent. We'll pull the power down, get the speed down below 120. We'll get flaps 1 in gear as soon as we've done that. Come on. Speed down, let's go. Alright, there's flaps 1 in gear. Add some power back in. Getting way off course here. Let's get the wings level. Let's get back over to the left. Add a little more power back in. Yeah, this one's going to be fun, guys. Low, let's add some power back in and reduce the descent some. Localizer's looking good. Let's get back lined up. Let's still reduce the descent. Once again, we will entertain landing rate predictions, and entertain is the right word, I think, because I think anyone's guess is as good as another tonight, I think. Localizer and glide slope looking good for the moment, but moments are fleeting, as they tend to be. Looks like we got runway there. Alright, what's our call? 7 miles to the 7 miles to the VOR, but we're not 7 miles out from the runway. We're probably on about a 4-mile final. Probably about a 3-mile final. Actually, we're about 1,000 feet above ground level. Dickinson traffic, bearing 514 Delta Victor's on a 3-mile final. We're on ILS 32 Dickinson. Alright. Way high, says the PAPI lights and the glide slope. And speed's drifting up as well. Start getting the props and mix forward. Yeah, this one's gonna be loads of fun, guys. We'll be fighting the aircraft all the way down. Second notch of flaps coming in. Flaps are set and check, gears green. Runway appears clear. Radio calls made. Prayers have been said. Drinks have been spilled.
Dickinson traffic, Kodiak at 11816 on the 10-mile final, runway 32, Dickinson.
Yeah, I'm not going to probably worry too much about the landing rate, guys. We're not going to finesse this thing. We'll get this down. We're going to make it stick. Let's get it down in pavement, though, not grass. Oh, we're good. We're good, we're good. Yeah, we buttered it. I don't know how in hell we did that, but... Whew. Alright. Wipe the sweat off. Flaps are stowed. Let's see if we can make this first turn off here. Oh no, we didn't. We didn't slow down enough for the runway. We'll make the first taxiway turn off. I could have, I just didn't brake hard enough. Alright, so let's get it slow. We'll make the next turn off here onto, this is Bravo, I think. And once we got down into the ground effect, it was a little smoother. We're off at Bravo. Dickinson traffic, Baron 514 Delta Victor's clear 32. We're off at Bravo, taxiing to the FBO, Dickinson. Alright, MelvinLeroy, you're up. Landing lights can come off, taxi light can come on, strobe light can come off, icing and pitot heat can come off. RPMs are a little high. We can knock this down to about 1,000. Ooh, 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 ooh. Emergency crews are standing by, obviously. Oh no, that's not an emergency crew, that's a friend. Of course, it looks like Justin's here, but I don't know who the Skyhawk is. We'll have to research that in just a moment. Appreciate you joining us, whoever you may be. We'll pull it right up next to Justin. Parking brake on, taxi light off. Get the RPMs back up to 1,000. We'll lean the mix out. Alright, let's catch up with a few of those chat messages. Better late than never, says Ken Pryor. Yeah, Vinci Oxymoron says all the passengers passed out. Yeah, the pilot probably did too. Knew this was a bad day to go flying. No, this is a great day to go flying, Downwind Sim. Northwest Orient said 132. Trax is here, says got the rain. Why didn't we just burn an engine out while we're at it? Yeah, I heard that a couple of my friends had engine issues up in Boston the other night. I didn't want to make a repeat of that. Trailer was saying closer to 400. Trax said 225. MelvinLeroy said smooth as a goose down. Ken said 155. Justin said, not hearing me on comms, it very well might be that... Okay, yeah, I'm transmitting 22.8. And I was hearing MelvinLeroy in his calls, so Justin, it might have closed out on you might have lost the voice on your end as well. Ken Pryor says, "Hey, I recognize that voice." Trailer was asking about landing gear down. Yeah, I do. On the final approach, once I get the second notch of flaps in, you'll almost always hear me call flap set and check, gear green, and cleared to land. So I do try to check those out loud as I am on short final. Ken says, well done. Yeah, nice job, Justin and Trailer said. So yeah, it's a little bit of a speedy taxi. I did have the RPM set a little high, so was quite the wrestling match. It was, says Downwind Sim. Yeah, I agree. Do I need some rest after fighting that all the way to the ground? Asks Ken. Yeah, I probably rightfully should get some, but the second flight is another long one, so I want to kind of get rolling as quickly as possible here. Justin C said, yeah, I had to reset the comms. Yep, yeah, you got the 3 greens on the dashboard. Yeah, right above kind of where the throttle lever is when it's in the forward position. MelvinLeroy on 22.8 says Ken. Yeah, that's who I anticipated you were referring to. Let's get the second leg rolling then. Let's get back up to the top of the checklist. And we need to go ahead and send that second flight plan. We are going to go IFR from KDIK. Going this time to, welcome to North Dakota, by the way, Dickinson, North Dakota. So another state down in the great BE58 Lower 48 State Tour. Billings, Montana, KBIL. And the alternate is Bozeman, KBZN. Departure time, I kind of had said in my planning spreadsheet that it would be 10:15 p.m. Yeah, that's going to be about right, I think. So what is that? 11 till 1, 2, 3, 15, 03, 15. Time en route we think is an hour 33. At this point, we've got 4:07 left in the tanks. One thing I did not do We're only going up to 6,000 on this one. One thing I did not do was check the fuel and ETA on the first one. Route on this one's pretty straightforward. Dickinson VOR, Victor 2 to Billings VOR. We've got a couple of twists and turns in the route on the way, but at least on paper it's nice and simple. Go ahead and get that filed. We'll pop this over here. ETA for leg 1 was, let's see, 9:56 on the ground, 10:01 on the blocks. So we pretty much nailed that. That's not too bad at all. 557 pounds anticipated to be left in the tanks. Let's see what we got. Whoops. Weight and balance is the one I wanted here. 544. So we're pretty close to that as well. 557 is what I said. So we're 13 pounds short, but that's pretty darn good. We'll take it. Stick of the Sky says, where did you stop in Minnesota? Where did we stop in Minnesota? That's a good question. That is a good question. I've got it over here. Let's see. It was Winona, Minnesota. K-O-N-A, Kona. Right before Madison, Wisconsin, and then Dubuque, Iowa. So Winona, Minnesota was our stop there. All right, Billings, on to leg 37 of this thing. Let us get back to our checklist here. Stop distracting me. I got an airplane to fly. All right, flight plan is set. METAR was checked. Altimeter is also checked and set, I think. Probably hasn't changed. 2992. Yeah, okay, good. Origin field elevation. Field elevation here is charted as 2,592, so 2,600 basically. And yep, that's right dead center what's shown on the altimeter, so that's good. Nobody to obtain our clearance with, I presume. Yep, okay, that's still the case. So squawk is still 2,200, and that is set. Nav and ADF tuners on the way out will be, don't need the ILS 32 anymore. Let's get the second flight plan in here. It's K Dick, B2, Bill, KBIL. Right? Okay, so the plan on the way out is 112.9 and 245 at a 135 mile leg. So, we got a little changeover at Doohickey there. So 75 miles to our navigation transition. But that makes it pretty nice and easy. 112.9 and 245. So we'll get that set in the nav. 245 go. Let's see. So 32 is the runway heading. So there we go. 245 gets set over here. There. And then the next VOR down the line, just to get it preset, is Miles City 112.1. So we'll go ahead and get that locked in as the standby in our nav 1, but we'll also pre-tune it into nav 2. .1 and 068 is what we're going to come into it on, which is, what is that? If we spin that around the other way, is if you're bad at doing the math, just set it by the tail. Point the tail to 68, and there you go. 248, I guess. Yep, there we go. Perfect. And we can switch the DME back to nav 1. Alright, so I think the navigation plan's all set. What is next on the old checklist, the old hit parade? Heading bug is set. Flaps we know are working. Oil temps and cylinder temps out. All temps and pressures looking good. We'll lean the mix out just a touch, just till the RPM drops. MelvinLeroy, where are you, man? Trailer says, when I grow up, I want to be as good a pilot as you. Yeah. Maybe when I grow up, I'll be as good a pilot as me. Melvin, where'd you go, bud? I don't even remember where the runway is from here anyway, so. Still 4 out. 4D I mean, but that's not 4 out. That's probably about a 2-mile final. Saw a farm strip and had to do a touch and go, of course. Alright. Let's get taxiing down to 3-2 and maybe we'll have a better view.
Dickinson traffic, Kodiak 816 on the 3-mile final, runway 32, Dickinson.
There we go. Alright, so we'll get the taxi light on. We'll get taxiing down to 3-2. So where does that put us? We need to go south and then west. Oh, wait a minute. Good gracious. We got the worst taxi ever here. We actually got to go east on Bravo, south on Alpha, all the way down to there. If we hurry. Alright, where was there? Dickinson traffic, bearing 514 Delta Victor, taxi in 3-2 for IFR southbound departure. Dickinson. Alright, so we need a...
Dickinson traffic, Centurion 8029 Bravo, will to be following 514 Delta Victor to runway 32.
Northwest Orient's flying the Centurion tonight. Very cool, very cool. Yeah, Ken says we've got a tried to play the entire CD in the little CD player on the way down to that taxi. So I guess this is what the map is referring to as the terminal. It looks about as terminally as you would expect in Dickinson, North Dakota. Dickinson traffic, bearing 514 Delta Victor, crossing 25 on Alpha, Dickinson. I should have made that call before I crossed the whole short line, but that's okay. Justin's going to let everyone get a head start. Yeah, because then you're going to blow past us in that rocket of yours. That King Air, that king of the air. And I do see an aircraft on final here.
Dickinson traffic, 8029 Bravo, across runway 25 and Alpha, Dickinson.
Let's see if we can get a nice peek at MelvinLeroy. In the Kodiak. Looked nice. Hopefully it looked as nice on your end as it did on ours, but looked very good, sir. Alright, I think I said 10:15 airborne, 10:15 my time. Looking good. Alright, we'll pass on the run up since we know everything's all good. Did MelvinLeroy get clear of the runway?
Dickinson traffic, Kodiak 816 clear, runway 32. We're going to taxi back to 32 via runway 25 and Alpha.
Dickinson traffic, bearing 514 Delta Victor's departing runway 32, left downwind departure, Dickinson. I lost my train of thought. Landing lights on, taxi light off, strobe light on. Pizza heat on.
Traffic, Centurion 29 Bravo is lining up behind the Baron. Runway 32. Taking the traffic.
Alright, 3-2. Temps and pressures look good. Let's get lined up. And away we go. Woo! We probably should enrich the mixture when we do that. There we go. Takeoff is set. Engines are now responding normally. And airspeed's alive. 85 knots. Rotate. Gear coming up. Yeah, I was like, oh, what is that with the engines? Might have to abort this one. And I'm like, oh yeah, mixture. That would help. All right, 25 on the manifold pressure, 25 on the RPMs. Dickinson traffic, Baron 514 Delta Victor, clear 3-2 on a left crosswind departure. Dickinson. There we go. Now we know what we're talking about. Yeah, Lone Space says, what about anti-icing? Yeah, probably not a bad idea. I was kind of going to do that once we got up into the clouds, but yeah, with the precipitation, I would definitely call that visible moisture.
Traffic, Centurion 8029 Bravo, taking off runway 32, making a IFR departure to the west of Dickinson traffic.
Alright, so, 25 and 25, we got to fight to keep the wings level here. Got nice airspeed in the climb. We could climb a little more aggressively if we want to. I had filed 6,000, but we might keep going up to see if we can get above some of this weather. Keep bumping throttles up. Get some manifold pressure. Keep that up to 25. We'll lean the mix out ever so slightly.
Dickinson traffic, Kodiak 816. Taking off runway 32. We'll be making left traffic.
And still hand flying this, guys, so bear with me if I'm not as attentive on the chat messages for just a few moments. Yeah, we're going to keep on going up past 6. We filed it at 6. We're going to just keep it going up until we get over top of this weather. So I'm fighting to keep the wings level. I'm watching that radial not yet starting to come in. Lean the mix ever so slightly as we climb. Don't lean too aggressively until we get to cruise. Try not to overcorrect on these little gusts shoving me side to side. Radials.
Dickinson traffic, Kodiak 816. We are clear of the airfield, departing to the west at 4,000.
Radials coming in, so.
Dickinson traffic, King Air 286 Alpha Charlie, taxiing to runway 32 for a left downwind departure IFR, Dickinson traffic.
Getting in on that radial. Oh, there goes the cloud cover. So now just watching that attitude indicator like a hawk. Definitely having trouble maintaining pitch here. trying to get over left so we can kind of track that radial out. I don't want to keep blowing past it. Airplane just doesn't want to let me turn it. Coming up through 10 now, we're still going up. Well, no, actually, technically, we're not going up. Trying to. Alright, so now I'm getting blown off course to the left of that radial, so I've got to keep coming over to the right. I'm probably going to have to put in a pretty hefty wind correction on this. Now I can't get the wings level. Come on, airplane. You can do it. Yeah, so now I'm correcting way too aggressively to get back on that radial, so now I got to bring it back. Okay, we're coming out of the cloud cover, hopefully out of the turbulence too. Red Bull is just everywhere at this point. I'm drenched in it. Like I just got a Gatorade bath from the team at the end of that. Oh. Alright. Keep going up. I guess we're going back up to 12. Hopefully the air is going to smooth out when we get there. And we will definitely let auto handle some of this for us when we get there too. Whew. I can see the chat move up. I just can't glance over and look at it. I apologize, guys. As soon as we get, I would say stabilized at cruise, but we're using the word stabilized loosely today. As soon as we get to cruise and I can get this plane handed off to our friend autopilot, catch up on those messages. So we'll get this thing leveled out best we can. Level, I said, level.
Dickinson traffic, King Air 286 Alpha Charlie departing runway 32 right now. Dickinson traffic.
Alright. So that's about as stable as I'm gonna get it. Let's let auto take the altitude control at least. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pop it into nav mode. He can handle it there. As the airspeed comes up, we do want to pull it back into cruise power. So 2300 on the RPMs rather. We do want to start leaning the engines. Watch the exhaust gas temps come up. We want to get the cow flaps closed as well. And we'll get those closed up. Get that mix pulled out. Watch the exhaust gas temps get up to their highest point. And then we'll ease the mix forward and get that EGT to slip back down one little notch. Alright, so that's going to be about as good as we can get it. Alright, cruise airspeeds come up to normal, so we'll finish reducing to our cruise power. Okay, I think we're as good as it's going to get for now, guys. Hopefully we'll get out of this turbulence soon, so sit tight and hold on to whatever you can hold on to in the meantime. Let's catch up with the chat messages. Let's see. Yeah, Lone Space. Hey, good to see you here, man. Appreciate you stopping in. Got the whole crew in here. Yeah, we got all the usual suspects and a few new folks as well. So, thanks for anybody who hasn't been in here before. It's a stream where we do a lot of general aviation flying. Right now we're in the middle of what we call the Great BE58 Lower 48 State Tour in the simcoders.com Reality Expansion Pack Enhanced Beach Baron for XP11. And I say we're in the middle of, but we're really coming to the close of. We're about 3/4 of the way through this thing. We're on leg 37 of this 47 leg 48 state tour. I'll show you the map real quick. Started this thing back in March, so it's going to be 10 months by the time we finish it. But 47 legs where each leg touches down in a different United States state. We started way up in the Northeast in Maine, and you can see we've kind of snaked up and down across the U.S. So leg 37 underway right now, going from North Dakota to Montana. We're headed to Billings, Montana right now. Al South MIA is definitely one of the usual suspects, absolutely. Drew 9 is a new guy. Appreciate the hand raise there. Pleasure to have you aboard. I don't know how we got 25 people in a 6-seat plane, but you all will be really intimate friends with everybody around you by the end of the flight, especially with all the jostling around we're doing. Maybe that's the problem. You guys ought to get to settle down back there. Al South brought some extra vomit bags. Thank God for that. We'll see if, once we get stable here, I might see if I can sneak it up another 2,000 feet, maybe get it up to 14, and cross our fingers that that'll help smooth the air out a little bit for you. Let me grab a sip of the Red Bull and we'll contemplate that just a bit more. Drew 9 says, I'm sitting on the roof, but the rain was cold. I'm not covered in Red Bull. Yeah, so you're still drenched, but at least it's not sticky. But yeah, for all the new folks stomping in, I appreciate you being here. Like I said, the theme of the channel, Slant Alpha, means doing this all with radio navigation only. You can see the message screen up over the GPS there on the right-hand side. So we consider the GPS a cheat. We do this all through VORs, ILS gauge, NDB, and charts. We figure out our position. It might be time for me to lubricate this chair hinge again. You hear that squeaking again? Yeah, okay. Alright, I'll get on that probably after the flight tonight, but I apologize for that. But yeah, we do this all through VORs mostly, a little bit of NDBs, and all the radio nav aids like that. GPS is not there. We've thrown a hammer through it and tossed it out the window, and we do this all Slant Alpha. That's the FAA code for radio navigation only. Soon to be obsolete. I guess has the real FAA officially adopted the ICAO codes? I'm not even sure. VATSIM is behind the times on that. VATSIM still has the FAA codes. So Slant Alpha will soon be just as obsolete as everything else I do on the channel. But you know, why change the theme, right? Ken's it's like a clown car. We can pack a lot of us in there. There you go, man. Downwinds. I'm reading back through the messages now. Trax says, it must have calmed down. Downwind Sim finally let go of my hand. Okay, things can get scary, and you know, what happens in the Baron stays in the Baron. It's probably a good idea for me to check in on this navigation progress. Lone Space says there's a Slant Alpha mod for the default 172 on the org. I do have what they call the Prop Strike Bush mod kit 172, which is also a Slant Alpha setup. No GPS in that one either. And that's kind of the one I prefer to fly. The only time I ever fly the Skyhawk is when we're doing the kind of the backcountry bush flying. Other than that, it's just a little too slow for me. But when we're doing the backcountry bush stuff and we're doing these kind of short hops between these tiny little ranch fields and up in the mountains where we're slow is your friend, then I'll go ahead and fly a Skyhawk. But that's really the only time. Tebers is back as well, waiting, watching on the ride home. Well, keep your eyes on the road, my friend, but you can listen to the dulcet baritone sounds of my lovely voice as I narrate to you what's going on and give you the blow-by-blow. This is different. It just removes the 430 and the 530. Yeah, no, I have seen it, Lone Space. I do know what you're talking about. But I wouldn't fly a Skyhawk for normal general aviation stuff. I only would fly it in the backcountry bush type flying, in which case I would not use that one. I'd use the prop strike version. Skyhawk's just I call it a slow hawk, but when you're flying in the mountains, slow is probably the better idea. You don't want to be turning 250 knots through the mountains. Yeah, it's still windy, Vince. I'm just going to call you Vince because I can't quite get. I love the handle. I just can't quite get how it mashes together properly. So I'm just going to call you Vince. But yeah, it's a little bit windy. So we'll see if we can maybe get another couple thousand feet out of this thing. Where are we? I want to check in on the navigation plan. It's 34 miles out, and what do we say? We got to go out to 75 miles. So let's see. We're done with the chart there. We're done with this too. We can pop this back to our destination, which is KBIL. Got a weather redraw. It's smoothed out there for a second, but who knows what it's about to spring on us now. So there's Billings. We'll go ahead and pull that up here. Pardon me for just a sec, guys. Good gracious, you didn't want to hear that. Alright, we'll rotate that. Alright, so that's what we got to contend with once we get to Billings. It looks like it did smooth out here. So fingers crossed it'll stay that way. We'll keep it right here at 12. But yeah, what we had said was departing Dickinson, picking up this VOR, 245 radial outbound. I'm paranoid. I'm going to check and make sure I do have 245 tuned. Yeah, 245 plus or minus. We are going out to this doohickey. So normally, on a 135-mile leg, you would change that over from navigating outbound from Dickinson to inbound to your next VOR at what, half 135, which is 67 and a half. But this little doohickey here says instead of changing over at 67 and a half, you actually want to change 75 miles out from one and 60 miles out from the other. So that's when we're going to switch, and we would be going from outbound Dickinson to inbound Miles City. So that's one of those little exceptions to the rule that you switch at the halfway point. So Miles City VOR, and I think 068, so that's a 248 heading for us coming on the inbound side. And the frequency is up there. It is 112.1. I'm pretty sure we did preset all that already. I'm going to double check it. 112.1. It's already in my nav 1 standby. It's already in my nav 2 active. We don't seem to have anything on that yet. No, we do have a 2, do we? Yeah, we don't have glide slope, but duh, it doesn't come with one. But we're 93 miles out. Okay, they're very good. So I've got 35 more miles to go on this leg. That does afford me another chance to step out real quick to the little pilot's room, grab another Red Bull, and maybe throw a splash of vodka in it too. Maybe throw some lubrication on that chair hinge, and we'll be right back with you. How much, tell you what, before we step out, let me just catch up with the last couple of chat messages. How much would this kind of wind affect a bigger aircraft? Not as much, but the gusts that we were reported, I mean, you've felt, if you've ever traveled in an airliner, you've felt turbulence. You know what it feels like in an airliner. I mean, it's just, you're going to get tossed around. The lower your plane's mass, the more it's going to get tossed around by that kind of stuff. It wouldn't have been any fun to be in this aircraft for real, that's for sure. But yeah, it would affect us less than it would affect like a 7.5 or A320 or what have you. All right, guys. Well, we're going to duck out for just a second, refresh the drinks and the snacks. Please put your drink orders into the chat menu, and we'll be back with you in just a couple. I'm back with you guys. Appreciate you standing by. And I didn't see where Trax had asked about the 2200 squawk code, but Ken was gracious enough to answer. So what happens is on VATSIM, if you're squawking 1200 as an IFR aircraft, you show up differently on the scopes of the controllers that are in the adjacent sectors that you happen to be passing by. So the server, the VATSIM server, actually sends a bump command to change your squawk code from 1200 to 2200 if you're squawking 1200 but you're IFR. So I don't know, I think in the older clients like FSN used to force that into your SIM. The other clients, I think the more modern clients, don't actually manipulate your squawk code, but I've just gotten in the habits of, since seeing that, of using 2200 as my generic IFR, but not in controlled airspace VATSIMism. But squawking 1200 does change the way you appear on the radar scopes, so that's why it was done that way. Anyway, I wanted to talk, since we've got quite a few new folks here tonight, wanted to talk about an event that we've got coming up a week from Friday. If you all are participants in, or at least vaguely familiar with the VATSIM network and not even found, just hit the follow button. So I appreciate that, brother. Hopefully that means you'll stop by and see us again. Appreciate you checking in with us tonight, and thanks for being here. But so if you all are familiar with the VATSIM network, and a lot of you are VATSIM members, and some of you may just be flight simulation enthusiasts that maybe haven't been on VATSIM or know about it but haven't really checked it out. So there's this kind of, I like your attitudes is not even found. I love your handle, by the way. So there's this trepidation, there's the nervousness that comes with getting on VATSIM for the first time, because you're dealing with human air traffic control and other live pilots, and you kind of get this mode where you're afraid to mess up and you're not sure what to say. And even if you've been listening to aviation scanners for years and years and years, it's very different when you're sitting in the cockpit and you're about to push that push to talk, and you're like, I know what I hear airline pilots say, but I don't know what clearance to request for this flight. You know, when you're doing it instead of just listening to it passively, it does become a different animal. So if you've ever wanted to get on the VATSIM network, and you just weren't sure what to say, how to say it, how to file a flight plan, we got an event coming up a week from Friday where we're going to kind of talk everybody through that. We're going to do a big group flight on VATSIM. So if you haven't signed up for VATSIM yet, you want to do it now. It does take 2, 3, 4 days sometimes to get your login credentials across all the network servers. So you want to get signed up for VATSIM if you haven't already. But join us a week from Friday. We're going to spawn at Raleigh-Durham International Airport, and we've talked with the virtual Washington, D.C. ARTCC, which is a group that I happen to do some air traffic control with from time to time. Northwest Orient does as well. But we've got a couple of our ZDC colleagues that are going to provide air traffic control services for us, geared toward new general aviation pilots on the network. So they're going to be pretty receptive to the idea that a lot of us aren't going to know exactly what to say, how to say it, and they're going to kind of hold our hand a little bit. Probably not a lot of general aviation traffic coming out of Raleigh at that point, so hopefully the folks that are new and need that little extra attention, the controllers will be able to devote it to us. The push to talk fear. Yep, exactly. Joe the Bro. Hey, good to see you back, man. It's been a long time since I've seen you around, but appreciate you stopping back in, man. But yeah, the push to talk fear. So if you've been thinking about trying VATSIM, but you've just been afraid, we're definitely going to set up an event where the air traffic control services are sympathetic to new folks. We've published a tutorial about how to create an IFR route to get from Raleigh-Durham up to Norfolk, Virginia. We're going to do a second leg VFR northbound out of Norfolk, Virginia, going up to Ocean City, Maryland, and I'm going to be publishing probably in the next day or two a tutorial on how to put that route together and the different options for navigating it. So we're going to follow that up, hopefully, if I can, this weekend with a tutorial on kind of what to say and how to craft those calls for your clearance request and your call for flight following and that sort of thing. So VATSIM has a series called First Wings, and they've done 3 First Wings events. But they tend to all be kind of airliner driven. So we're doing one that's kind of I'm kind of stealing the brand name, I guess, of it, First Wings. But we're going to kind of do a general aviation geared version of it. So we're calling it First GA Wings. So apologies to anybody from the VATSIM network brass, of which I am not a part of, although I'm frequently accused of it. Apologies for stealing piggybacking on the brand name of it. But yeah, we're going to call it VATSIM First GA Wings. We're going to do that a week from Friday night, rather, December the 20th at 800. Let me take a second and a sip of Red Bull here. A week from Friday, December the 20th, 2000 Eastern Time US, which is December 21st at 0100 Zulu time. But yeah, join us at Raleigh-Durham International Airport, and we'll do a big group flight up to Norfolk and then on to Ocean City, Maryland in our GA planes. If you are not new, if you don't know, if you don't need the additional help, you're more than welcome to join along with us. What I would ask you to do, though, is fly at VFR without flight following. And that way, you'll be talking to ATC as we depart out of Raleigh-Durham, but then you won't be clogging up the airways with all your calls, and the new folks that do need the extra assistance and the extra practice will still be able to get their words in edgewise with the controllers, and you won't be trying to squeeze your call in with 50 planes who know what they're doing and really don't need the event to get familiar with the process. So yeah, the new guys, hopefully we'll keep the airwaves as clear as we can for you. Now, of course, it's VATSIM. It's open to anybody. I can't really tell anybody not to fly with us, or not to do IFR, or not to do flight following. I'm just asking as a friend to help out your fellow new folks and grow the community and let them get as comfortable as possible with the communications. So guys that are here just to join along for the flight and you already know what you're doing, just do it VFR, no flight following. We'll get the departure out of the tower, and then you're kind of on your own until we get up to Norfolk, Virginia. And again, that just leaves the airwaves free for the folks that are new to practice IFR or VFR flight following communications with the controllers. Again, we've got controllers that are sympathetic to the idea that we're doing an event for new folks, and we've got some tutorials coming out. The other thing that we're going to do with that, let me check on my progress here, 70 miles, so 5 more miles I'm going to make this navigation transition. The other thing that we're going to do is we're going to have the Discord voice room up and running. So what you might want to do between now and then is get a push-to-talk set up for your Discord, as well as a push-to-talk set up for your VATSIM pilot client. Get all that tested and working before we start flying, because once we boot up, we're not going to do a lot of tech support. Your tech support and your how-to on how to set up the clients and all that stuff, do that between now and then. I really want to focus the event a week from Friday on the how-to of how to talk to the controller, what to say, when to say it, and all that stuff. So certainly you can get in on our Discord. The invite link's on the lower right-hand corner of your screen. Get in on that, and if you need help setting up pilot clients and all that stuff, and you want to connect to the network and just make sure that other people can see you, all that stuff, get your model matching set up so that you can see other planes. Do that between now and next Friday, so that by the time 8 o'clock on the 20th rolls around, we'll all be ready to boot up and go out of Raleigh-Durham. The stream activity that I missed was Tommy Tung that had hit the follow button. Tommy Tung, another new folk that I haven't seen before, so I appreciate you being here with us tonight and hope that you'll be back. Ken says, got to cut out, so we'll get up at the crack of dawn to take the wife in for a medical procedure. Ken, I hope that everything goes okay with that, man. We'll keep our fingers crossed, and do check in with us and let us know how everything went when you get a chance. But thanks for stopping in tonight. I hope that you'll be around a week from Friday to join in on the festivities, or at least spectate and offer advice for those that are flying along in the first GA Wings event with us. Oh, trailer, yep, absolutely. Next Friday the 20th, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, so 0100 Zulu time on the 21st, technically. And, yep, Al's joining in on the best wishes for Ken. Let's go ahead and get this navigation transition done now. We're 75 and change miles out from that VOR, so we need to be making that switch. I'm going to center the heading bug. Let's get this where I can see it. Center the heading bug and get it into heading mode. Alright, and then we look at the top and see that it is indeed in heading mode. We are now going to switch over to where we are inbound to Miles City. We're going to switch the outbound VOR to the inbound VOR, 112.1, and we should be on a 068, which is a 248. So let's get that set here. So there's 24. Hold on, there's 245 is there, right? And then 1, 2, 3. So we're pretty much on it. Look at that wind correction. Whoops. So we'll get back into nav mode, and we now should see the DME counting downward, and the white arrow in the middle of that HSI is pointing up, meaning that we're headed toward that VOR, and the DME counting downward. So all is well. Let's just preset our next navigation steps so that we're ready to do that when it comes. So we're now inbound on the 068 into Miles City. Oh, there. So we're now coming in this way. We just passed that transition point there. And we're tuned to 112.1. And we're coming in on a 068, which is inbound on a 248, like I said. When I pass over that, we're coming outbound on a what? I can't even read that. I'm going to have to zoom in on it. Looks like it might be a slight left turn, 245 it might possibly say. We'll zoom in and make sure. Yeah, 245, okay. So that's what we'll do when we get there. That makes it real easy. We'll keep it on 112.1 on the nav2. We'll just tune the second VOR gauge to, well, what was it? I forgot it that quickly. Goldfish brain strikes again, 245. So there we go. Now you can see it's telling us on that nav2, that VOR gauge number 2 on the lower right, it's telling us that we're deviated left of course. It wants us to correct to the right. Why would that be? Let's see. Remember, these VOR gauges don't know anything about the path we intend to take. They only know what radial we're on and what radial they're tracking to. So right now, this 245 comes out a little bit right of where we are. If we were to extend that out, we're tracking this way right now. So because there's this 3-degree bend in our turn, our nav2 thinks we need to correct to the right to get on that radial. So that's why we're seeing that over there to the bottom right. It's trying to get us to correct right. How do you draw in Sky Vector, says Tommy Tongue? I don't, man. This is so old school, you're going to love it. I use the snipping tool, this little gadget. And of course it keeps telling me it's going to move it to something else. Snipping tool in Windows. So I just pull a new, you'll see the screen goes white for a second. I just draw a box around what I want to capture, like a screen capture. But then you can set the pen and options up here. This is like so high tech. This is just amazing. And then my handwriting is terrible. Handwriting is terrible when I'm doing it with the mouse. But that's, yeah, it's, believe me, man, I don't have anything too fancy in this plane. No GPS and no fancy drawing machine. It's effective, says Al. Yeah, man. Agree. Keep it simple. It's the KISS principle. Keep it simple, stupid. Definitely applies to me. Yeah, Trailder says I've got everything set up already. Of course, yeah, you've been on VATSIM events too. Trailder, I wouldn't consider you a new guy, but yeah, I think we've all got certain degrees of stuff we can learn. But certainly welcome to join in, and like I said, I'll be publishing. I've already got the IFR routing published, the IFR routing tutorial published on the YouTube channel. Any of you that aren't on the YouTube channel, links on the lower left-hand side of your screen there, and I've got a playlist called Tutorials. You probably want to ignore the VFR tutorial that I did months and months ago, because I was kind of out of my league in that one. I was trying to do a VFR tutorial for the UK, and I messed it up. There was a chunk of airspace that I did not see that I routed right through on that tutorial there. I'm going to be publishing a new VFR tutorial geared toward US. I'll probably take that other one down, actually. But a new VFR routing tutorial coming up later this week. So if you're going to be flying along on that VATSIM first GA Wings flight with us a week from Friday, you'll have an advanced kind of setup as far as how to figure out what the route's going to be, both from Raleigh-Durham up to Norfolk, and then Norfolk up to Ocean City. Max Seldom 11 is here. Max, appreciate you checking in. I'm trying to remember the name. The handle seems kind of familiar, Max Seldom. I don't feel like I've seen you on this channel before, but I feel like maybe I've caught you in maybe some other channels that we might watch. But either way, whether I've got that correct or not, I do appreciate you stopping by, man. It's a general aviation geared channel for the VATSIM network. And yeah, we try to make it educational, but it's always chill and having fun at the same time. So, and Max went ahead and hit the follow button. Yeah, man, I appreciate you stopping in. And oh, okay, it is your first time here. Love it. Wonderful. Well, if you wanted to catch up on any of the old broadcasts, you got the YouTube channel down there in the lower left-hand corner. Again, we've got some tutorials. We've got an IFR route tutorial that is going to be specific to the event we're flying a week from Friday, so you can check that out, but it also gives you some information on how to create an IFR route for anywhere that you're going in the U.S. You can always join us on our Facebook or Twitter if you want to know what's going on, and then the Discord is a great place to hang out and see what's coming up on the channel and discuss and ask questions, but mostly just hang out, shoot the breeze with like-minded friends who enjoy general aviation. So, welcome, man. Welcome to all the new followers and new friends tonight. Tommy Tunk says, I hope that you're not near any FNOs on VATSIM. That would be busy. Yeah, no. I don't think there is one next Friday, as a matter of fact. But no, Tommy, I'm part of the Washington, D.C. ARTCC. I'm an S2 controller with D.C. And I've been talking with them as far as providing ATC coverage for us for our event. I'm going to check the VAT USA calendar. Let's see. I don't think there is an FNO for the 20th at all. I think it's too close to the holidays. Oh, okay. Nope. We got one added. Northern Holiday. Oh, okay. Northern Holiday. So VAT Canada is doing an FNO type event. So there will be some traffic way up north of DC. We might see some traffic coming out of Dulles and National headed up there. So yeah, it might be a little bit busier than maybe we'd hoped for. But the event is going from Raleigh to Norfolk, and that's in the southern part of the Washington, D.C. ARTCC. So it shouldn't be too bad, and I have already coordinated with some folks that are going to help cover that from an ATC standpoint for us. So it should be fine. Tommy says, how do I get to ATC training? Got no reply from Canadian Ops. I know that that there's some entry-level tests that you have to take. Now, see, I've done ATC training in VAT USA, so process there might be a little different. I just know there's some entry-level tests, also a couple years ago at this point. But I know there's some entry-level tests that you have to take, but if you're having trouble getting a hold of the division folks there, or the FIR folks, then the next escalation up would be the division folks. Tommy, get in touch with me over on the Discord if you want some more guidance on that. But yeah, I mean, I've done all my training in VAT USA, and I kind of know some folks from the DC ARTCC, so kind of a smaller group. Oh, and the chat bot must have heard me say Discord because it popped that link in. No, it's a random timer actually. But the Streamlabs chat bot actually put the Discord link right there in the chat for you, so you can jump in on our Discord server. I just don't really know how VAT Canada does their training, so I won't be able to offer a whole lot of guidance, but I can at least point you in the right directions at least. Not a bad idea to take a spin through the engine gauges here, just make sure all temps and pressures are still looking good. We've still got well over a quarter of a tank, which is a good amount of flying time in this device. So everything's looking good from our engine health standpoint. Navigation plan's coming together. We're still 32 miles out, coming into that next VOR with that Miles City. Yeah, inbound Miles City. Yeah, it looks like we got a little weather front coming over Billings right now. Might have another interesting landing coming up. Since the leg out of Miles City then comes right into Billings, it is a 117-mile leg. So we do have some time, but it's not a bad idea. Since we've got nothing else going on at the moment, I think what we'll do is we'll just start getting an idea what that descent and arrival into Billings is going to look like. So we already got the airport diagram up. Airport diagram. Let's go ahead and get V-pilot over here, X-pilot rather. And yeah, we still are on the voice server. That's good. We'll just pull a METAR to KBIL. 060 at 6. I guess that's going to make 10 left and 10 right the preferred runway as a choice. Or no, we got a runway 7. That's actually going to be the best one, I guess. 6 knots though. Don't know that we really got to worry about it much. Yeah, whoever you were. There you go. Whoever you were, your voice is working too good. So 060 at 6. Do we want to try a visual or runway? Well, wait a minute. I'll tell you what. Let's look at the rest of the weather report before we decide all that. 10 statute miles visibility. We got a broken layer of clouds at 1700 and overcast at 10,000 and 3006. I think we'll go ahead and set the altimeter right now. So 3006 is quite a bit higher than where we had it. So the aircraft's going to get us back down there. Alright, so with relatively calm winds and, okay, a broken layer at 1700. I don't know that we'll be able to do a visual approach if we're coming through a broken layer. What approaches do we have here? Now remember, okay, we got the ILS 10 left, ILS Zulu 10 left, ILS Yankee 10 left. We'll have to see what the difference is. Since we're ignoring the fact that we have that GPS, we're pretending we are slant alpha. We can ignore that RNAV, we can ignore that RNAV, we can ignore that RNAV, and we got a VOR DME28, which isn't really the right direction for us tonight. We got a VOR Alpha 2. I think if anything else, we're going to fly one of these approaches to 10 left, and then we may, if we want to get fancy, we might sidestep, or we might circle to 7, or we might sidestep to 10 right if we want to get silly. Not even found, so the yoke's right here, man. I zap it out of the way, because in a real airplane, you'd be able to kind of bob your head around and see the position of all those switches. In a fixed view, you can't, so I just zap it out of the way. Lone Space is headed out. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you being here. Justin says he's taking the ILS Yankee 10 left. Yeah, I got to look at them and see what the difference is. Yeah, but anyway, so I just always zap the yokes out of view just because you can have some difficulty seeing the switches and dials and stuff sometimes. Justin's taking the ILS Yankee. All right, let's see what the difference is. We got yeah. Don't think we're gonna need that. Yeah, this is a little bit more of a traditional ILS. Getting into that wind again. Hold on to your hats, guys. Tighten up those seatbelts. Yeah, so Justin, I think we're on the same page here, the ILS Yankee. Justin's going to do the procedure turn. Yeah, so what do we got here? Yep, so we'll take the right. I think that's a good plan, Justin. I think we'll do the same. So what that means is we're going to fly the full procedure ILS to 10 left. If air traffic control were on, they might, if you were coming in this way, you know, they'd vector you out here, and then they'd give you a turn here, and then you intercept the final approach course at a 30-degree or less angle, and then you follow it straight in. So that's if you had a controller. If you don't have a controller, you know, we're kind of on our own to vector ourselves how we please, or we can, you know, kind of come up with a different way to get on the final approach course. One thing that an air traffic controller can do is if you're coming into the Billings VOR from whatever direction we're coming into, they can give you this feeder leg that you join the outbound course, and then you do this, what they call procedure turn. It's a 45-degree left. You follow it out for, you know, 1 minute. You make a 180-degree turn to the right. May or may not line up exactly with this little feeder as well. You know, we don't know, because we're not going to have that point, you know, that's a GPS point, so we don't know if we're going to line up with that or not. But for the purposes of the diagram, it lines up perfectly. But then we're back inbound. I'm drawing this offset to the side just so you can see it. It's really going to be right on that path back into the airport. So that's what the course is going to look like as we do this. We do this procedure turn as we cross over Billings, join the outbound course, and then we do this. You know, here's the headings for the procedure turn. It's basically 45 degrees off of whatever that is. So we'll show you that, and then we'll kind of take a peek at it, the ground track of it, after we get down, and we'll see how well we did. I'm going to hand fly it too. So we're already, our flight plan that we filed is already coming into Billings VOR, so there's nothing we need to do there. And you can see that the VOR is slightly west and south of the airport too. So we're actually coming into it from slightly to the north. So if I was to draw it on this chart, you hit the VOR, you do a little feeder leg to this direction, you join the outbound course, you do the procedure turn, and then back in. And again, I'm going to draw it offset so that you can see it. And then to that. So fun, 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 guys. And we'll shut off the autopilot and we'll fly as much of it by hand as I dare to. Where do we stand now? We're 12 miles out from Miles City. Alrighty then. But yeah, again, for those of you that are new to the channel, if you want to check out some of the tutorials on the YouTube channel, and I have all of my old flights archived there as well. But I did set up a separate playlist for the tutorials, so they're a little easier to find that way. So you can jump on the channel, jump on the playlist for the tutorials, and like I said, the VFR tutorial that I did for the UK is probably not real good, but we'll be posting an updated VFR tutorial for the leg that we're going to be flying a week from Friday, and that should be hitting. Probably not tonight, it's a little late already, but I'll try and get that posted in the next day or two, and then we'll do another one this weekend to cover the communications. But yeah, I'm really hoping to get some good turnout with some new folks, you know, that have been thinking about trying to get on VATSIM, but just too nervous about it or not sure what to say or what have you. Get you all the information you need to get started. It's too much fun for you to miss out on. Not quite as fun on the nights like tonight where we're flying in areas with no air traffic control. Always more fun when you've got that interaction. But when there's not an event going on, it's just sometimes it's just not as predictable where you're going to have these controllers on. I'll tell you what, new folks, another event series that we do on this channel. Some really cool group flying that we do on the first Monday of every month. is what we call Bush League Mondays. We just got this started. We've done 2 of these, and we got our 3rd one coming up on the first Monday in January, which is the 6th. But if you like, kind of backcountry bush flying with, short mountain gravel strips, dirt strips, grass strips, and low and slow airplanes, then that's what we kind of get together and do on the first Monday of each month. Like I said, we just kind of got started with it, but we've had 2 of them so far, and a lot of fun. And we kind of do it in a different area each time with a different member of the group acting as tour guide. So our friend Coffee Bassey is going to be our tour guide, and we set that up the same way, where we've got the chat, the voice chat going on Discord, but then we use the VATSIM pilot client to make our radio calls on our CTAF, our Common Traffic Advisory frequencies. So when we're departing on a runway or lining up or we're turning base or turning final, and we're making those radio calls to let everybody else around us know where we are from a standpoint of being in the traffic pattern, that's all done over the VATSIM network and the VATSIM simulated radios. But on the other push-to-talk, and you got to keep them straight which one you're pushing at any given time, we'll have the Discord voice chat. So we'll set that up that same way for the first GA Wings event, so that when you have questions, or if the controller says something to you and you're not sure what was said or what you're supposed to say back, just on the channel, just say, hey, 514 Delta Victor, standby 1. And then on the Discord chat, just say, hey, the controller just said something to me I didn't understand. Did anybody catch what it was, and what am I supposed to say? And then, we can help you get through that. So, again, that's why I say definitely get all that stuff set up ahead of time, so that you know that it's all working, and then the night of the event, we're not bogged down in so much tech support that we can't get rolling. Melvin says it's the best thing to happen to Monday since football. Yeah, those Bush League events, like I said, both with the 2 for 2 that have been just crazy, crazy fun. Absolutely. Then the second one is you can find that on my YouTube channel from 1 week ago, a week ago tonight. You can find that video on my YouTube channel. The first one that we did 2 weeks prior to that, I actually did not host that stream. We had our friend MelvinLeroy hosted that stream. Trailer says it's not so bad nowadays on VATSIM. It used to be rough. I think there was some sensitivity training for some controllers. I don't know that it's that, Trailer. I think that VATSIM just gets a reputation for the controllers being really snippy because of 1 or 2, let's see if we can make this navigation transition here, just bear with me 1 second. 1 or 2 regions that are just really notoriously busy all the time, 245s are outbound. Let's get this thing into heading mode. Get the 245 set. Go ahead and make that turn. Kind of missed it. Yeah, we're past it, so now I gotta overcorrect and get back on it. My opinion, and your experience may differ, but my opinion is that unless you're a complete new person trying to fly into an extremely busy event, which is not a good idea, let's go ahead and get this thing into nav mode. If you're a new person trying to fly into a busy event, then you're going to run into issues, obviously, because you're hitting the controllers where they're going to have to repeat stuff to you or explain stuff to you at a time where they're already at their max capacity workload. Not a good thing. What happens is there's one region in particular on VATSIM that tends to be that busy nearly all the time. And so all the new folks from that region that want to fly in that region tie up the channel with their questions and their say again please and their what was that, or what procedure is that, or where do I find that chart, and those controllers don't have time to hold their hands. And that's when I think they get the reputation as being really hard ass and really not nice to new people. So you have to, when you're doing your first handful of flights, you've just got to do it in a region where the controllers are not stressed to the gills, because there's gonna be there's a huge learning curve. Where to find charts, where to find procedures, where to find diagrams, where to find how to make these turns and intercepts and procedures and all that stuff. There's a lot to learn, but if you're in a region that's got a controller and not a whole ton of traffic, and they have to kind of explain something to you or point you in the right direction to find the chart, or repeat something that you didn't quite catch, and they're working 5 planes rather than 50, you're going to be in a lot better shape as a new person. So I think that's the problem, is that the most popular region on VATSIM is also the region where all the new people want to fly first, and it's just not a good idea. Yeah, Justin says the bush flying in the group that we had was a lot of fun. Yeah, it was, man. And the great thing about the bush events is that we're normally doing them in airspace where you wouldn't have to be talking to a controller anyway. You're going to be in Class Echo or Class Golf, which, even if there is air traffic control online, we're probably not bothering them. We're out of the way. We're out of their IFR streams, by being up in the mountains and such. So those are good events for new folks to join in on as well, because there's just nothing that you need to know from an ATC standpoint, really. XZHC. I have no idea how you want me to pronounce that, but I do appreciate you being here, and thanks for hitting the follow button. I'm just going to call you X. X gonna give it to you. Gonna give it to you. Trailer says the new codec makes a huge difference too. Yeah, so the fact and the voice clarity is great. Bobcat20 is with us as well, man. Appreciate y'all stopping in and checking us out tonight. So Trailer says the new voice codec has made a lot of difference too. The voice clarity is much, much better, but the hugest difference in those busy events is taking away that 1.5-second buffering pause between every transmission, because there was such a lag between the time that you said something and the time it was received on the other end that it really slowed down those really busy final approach boxes where the controller's rattling off command after command after command. And now you really get a good cadence with those, command response, command response, command response, and the pilots that are really on the ball and really know how to keep their responses short, concise, and quick. They can help an approach controller, a busy approach controller, a lot by keeping that rhythm up. So I completely agree with you, but I think, again, a lot has been made of the voice clarity, which is wonderful, but that buffering delay was, I think, the bigger issue, really. Yeah, Trailer says I spend a few hours a day listening to live ATC, and it's the same way. Yeah, there's especially on those real busy channels, O'Hare, National. It's so quick with the back and forth, and VATSIM finally is able to emulate that. Whereas with the voice system we had a couple months ago, just wasn't possible. All right, we do need to really kind of do a full briefing on this approach now, because we need to start figuring out where our top of descent's going to be. So Billings, we're going to cross at 6,200. Okay. So 6,200 on this very short 2.9 mile leg from Billings to the outbound. At the outbound, we're at 5,800, which is only 400 feet difference, which is fine. So 6,200 at Billings is where we need to target our descent here. We'll remain within 10 miles. That's no problem. That means, probably 6 miles from the ILS. Does the ILS have its own? Yeah, the ILS does have its own DME. That's good. So 6.5 miles would be where we would start that procedure turn at the very latest. Oh, Trailer Boston Tower was what you were listening to. Yeah, it's another one. O'Hare, National, Boston, any of the Bravo towers. But anyway, let's So Billings at 6,200, that's kind of problem number one. Let's solve that. Where are we? 19 miles out from Miles City, still counting upwards. We'll make that next transition to inbound to Billings at what point? Let's see. It's a 117 mile leg overall. So if it was 120, that'd be 60. So 58 and a half, is that, do I have that right? 58 and a half? I think that's right. So that's when we'll make the transition. Now, how do we get down to Billings at 6,200? Let us see. We're at 12,000 now, right? So we're 12. We need to get down to 6.2. That's 5.8 thousandths to lose. And I'm going to use 3.5 miles per 1,000 feet to do it. So 20 miles prior to the VOR, that's when we're going to start that descent. Alright, once we get to that point, and we'll go ahead and make sure, I don't think I've preset Billings as our next navigation step. So let's make sure we've done that first of all. That VOR is on what frequency? If I can find, there we are, 114.5, and we're inbound on a 058 again. Just if you guys aren't, real familiar with how to look at these charts, when you're following these Victor Airways just by the VOR and the radial frequencies there, and then the radial that you need is, listed by each little branch off of that VOR. 102, 117. The one that we're following here is that one there. And so the radial that we're going to be tracking inbound is 058. The other catch is when you're tracking inbound, these are listed in terms of the outbound heading, or course rather, the outbound course. So on the inbound, a 058 becomes a 238 because you have to add 180. So inbound on 238 to 114.5. Let's go ahead and get all that set up first. So we'll get ready to switch it in the nav to 114.5. Not going to hit swap just yet, but we are going to put it in. Yeah, I don't know why. I think I said nav 2. We're putting it in the standby for nav 1. We're putting it in the active for nav 2. And what did I say, 238? Okay, let's get down here where we can see. So yeah, it's a few degrees. So there's 240 there. So we'll go 1, 2 clicks. We're pretty much on that radial. So those two radials line up pretty well. So that's always good. Notice it's not always the same number. 058 or 238 out and 245 there. So why is it 7 degrees different? The reason for that is because A, magnetic variation is different from one location to the next, and B, because this is not really a straight line since we're fairly far north. Earth is curved, so the farther north you go, the less straight lines these really are. So that's why you get that variation between the one end of the radial and another. It's 7 degrees is actually a pretty substantial one, and that's also why you switch over in the middle, because that's where your variance of how far off of this course you are is at its maximum is right in the middle of those two. In the previous leg we had an exception to that where we switched it somewhere else, and that might have to do with the radio reception being better on one station than the other. But generally speaking, you switch over at the halfway point, and it's because these radials don't always line up perfectly, and you might be a little bit off course in the middle section there. At 100 miles, 1 degree is like 3 miles off course or something like that. Anyway, so 29 and a half, and we're going out to, what did I say? 60, yeah, 58 and a half, I think. A little ways to go yet. When we get to the ILS procedure and we finally get established on that approach course, tell you what, give me 1 second. Voice is getting a little scratchy. Let me grab a sip of beverage and clear my throat here. Okay, so when we commence this approach, it's a 111.5 is the frequency of the localizer. It's a 102 approach course heading. The field elevation is 3,662 feet. We'll say 3,700 round figures. Minimums. Oh, wait a minute. 36. Oh, okay. Wow. That's interesting. So I'm like, that's barely 100 feet. That is, this airport is very, very sloped. Look at the difference between this figure, the average elevation, and the elevation of the touchdown zone for runway 10. That's like 80 feet different. That's a huge difference for one airport. So the touchdown zone is essentially 3,600, and the minimums is essentially 3,800. And that's where you get that 200 feet above ground level. But yeah, I was comparing this figure to this figure, and it's like, how can the minimum be only like 100 feet, 120 feet? But yeah, that is a big variation between these two figures. Wowza. It's one thing I like about doing this tour, guys, is I'm going to a lot of places I've never been before, and seeing interesting things like that crop up. So doing this tour has been wonderful for that. Alright, but anyway, back to the discussion. So 111.5, 102. Touchdown zone is essentially 36. Minimum's essentially 38. Our last weather report, let's go ahead and get an updated one. It's probably changed by now. Meet our KBIL. 060 at 6. Still broken. Oh, we got a broken layer at 300. We might be flying this all the way to the minimums, guys. That'll be fun. Broken layer at 300, broken layer at 1200, overcast layer at 2000. Altimeter is 3009. We'll go ahead and set that. Alright, wind was what? Let's bring that back in here. 060 at 6. So if we're landing runway 10, and the wind is coming, so here's a 7. Wind is kind of coming almost in this direction. So it's definitely going to be a bit of a a left to right wind. So we will have to point the nose slightly to the left to maintain that centerline track. Okay, so it's a left to right crosswind. Not too bad one, 6 knots. And some of that 6 knots translates to down the runway. Rest of it's a crosswind. What else do we need to know? If we go missed approach procedure means we climb to 4,500 and then so straight to 4,500, then right turn to 6,000 back to the BIL VOR. So here's how that looks. Well, that means we'll need to keep this 114.5 VOR tuned on our second nav radio while we do this approach, just in case we need it. And especially with the minimums being, with the cloud level reported as broken at 300, we might need this missed approach procedure. But it's a 4,500 straight, and then start the right turn, and then join this radial 123, and 303, really 303 inbound to that BIL VOR. So we'll have that tuned on the nav 2, and we'll have that radial set and ready to go, so we can just join that course as we come out on our right turn if we happen to go missed. Hopefully we will not. The other thing we want to know is what direction do we turn if we land? It's going to be a right-hand turn off if we land, it looks like. Doesn't really say. Executive hangar area, well, we definitely can't afford to park there. But if we're landing runway 10, it looks like we've got, a couple of, we've got a couple of opportunities here to make a right-hand turn off, Echo or Delta. Charlie, if we happen to roll it really long. But I would guess this to be the general aviation area. Probably. So that'll be where we go. If we end up on Alpha further down, then we'll just taxi past the terminal. But we'll see how it goes. MelvinLeroy says, just mention my name and you can park in the executive hangar area. Yeah, I guess if this is kind of the general aviation runway, then this indeed might be this might be cargo, who knows. And then GA would be over here. I don't know. We'll see what it looks like when we get there. Right-hand turn off the runway. That much is for certain. And then we can sort the rest out later. .48 miles out, so what do we say? We're going to 60, 50... 58 and a half is when we're making that switch over, and then I think we said 20 was the top of the descent. So coming up on it, guys. Getting to be a late night. 11:30 Eastern time. Whew. That calls for another sip of Red Bull. Oh, we were talking, by the way, the regulars. We're talking about the possibility of adding some custom stream chat emotes. I put one in. I don't think it's been approved yet. It doesn't seem to be working. But I tend to mention Red Bull a lot on stream, and we were going to put something in as far as, a sip of Red Bull or something like that. But turns out I can't do that for the very simple reason that I don't own that trademark. So we might have to come up with a fake knockoff brand or something like that. But I got a couple other little tidbits in mind as far as some stream chat emotes to use. But still working on that. I mean, I've only been streaming a year and a half. You got to cut me some slack. Take some time to get these things developed. Al says, this is always an option. I don't even know what that is. You'll have to clue me in, Al. I'm a little lost. It's kind of hard to pick out on my my little chat monitor over here. Drink purple? Grape juice? Interesting. Yeah, I got another couple little ideas. I'm waiting on some. So GA parking is on the east end of the airstrip. Gotcha. Okay, colon drink purple for that one. Okay, I'll keep that one in mind. So MelvinLeroy says that GA parking is indeed to the far east end of the airport near taxiway Charlie. So I think it was that first area that I was looking at. Let's get that back in front of me. Okay, yeah, off of Charlie. So that's that first area that I said. So that'll be the plan. We'll land at 10 left. We'll roll it down past the crossing runway, and then we'll make the next right that we're able to. If we're terrible, we'll roll it all the way down to Charlie and turn off. But hopefully we'll get off on either Echo or Delta there. Gusts are starting to pick up again. I would love to see, nice steady winds, but that nice low overcast at 300 feet will make it nice and interesting for us. I don't know that I necessarily need to fight the airplane down to the ground like I did last time. That's something I don't want to do a whole lot of. But the challenge of getting lined up on that runway when you can't see it and just going straight off of the instruments, it's always a fun one. Ezekiel KRA is here, says hello from Argentina. Buenos mi amigos. And don't ask me to speak any more Spanish or Portuguese because you've just heard all of it that I know. But yeah, man, pleasure to have you aboard with us. It's definitely a general aviation themed stream. We try to do this all through radio navigation only, so you can see we've got the message screen up over the GPS. We pretend that it's not there. It's either in op, or probably I got mad at it and smashed it with a hammer and threw it out the window. But yeah, so we do this all through radio navigation, and we hand fly a lot of it, and we try to do something a little different than what you see on the VATSIM airliner streams. Just to make it fun, but also educational for anybody who ever wanted to learn how to do the radio navigation the old school way. Sometimes you learn how to do it on this stream, and sometimes you learn how not to do it, but it's all in good fun anyway. But yeah, brother, good to have you with us. Monday and Friday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern Time is the usual schedule. It's a little different for December because of holidays, and last Friday was my wedding anniversary, and then the holidays come up later on and stuff like that. But I do post the show schedule on the Twitch channel information tab, so if you want to look and see what we got coming up on stream, it's there. You can also find us on Facebook. We got the schedule posted there as well. And if you jump in on our Discord server, we got a channel for the show schedule as well. Plenty of ways to harass me if you ever have questions or just want to tell me what a terrible pilot I am. We got quite a few new folks tonight. Somebody must have put a jolt of magic juice into one of my Facebook posts or something. We got a lot of people here tonight I haven't seen before. Trailder says, my wife bought me a box of K-Cups with peppermint mocha for the holidays and pumpkin spice creamer in it. Ugh. Pumpkin pepperoni cream pie. Dude, those 4 words don't belong in a sentence together. What are you doing? Alice says, happy anniversary. Yeah, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. We did have a happy anniversary. We went out to one of our favorite restaurants and ate a bunch of Mexican food, man. There's a restaurant in town. I'll tell you what, this is the same restaurant. Ezekiel says, I'll investigate the channel later. Yeah, man, appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Al, it's the same restaurant I went to for my birthday in May. And yeah, she and I went there. It's kind of our favorite restaurant in town, and we're big Mexican food fans here. Where are we on that navigation plan? Oh, we're past it. We need to go ahead and switch over. So I'll tell you the story about my birthday dinner in just a second because it's a pretty good one. Let's get the heading bug set, and we get into heading mode, and let's get switched over to where we're navigating inbound to that Billings VOR. It's on 114.5, and we said 058. So we'll get that tuned here. So there's 2 clicks down. Okay, we're right on it. So let's get nav mode back engaged, and so we're good to go. And so now we're inbound to Billings, 47 miles, and it's down to 20 miles where we're going to start that descent. So we got a little ways to go. All right. Oh yeah, Al. I'm a big hot sauce connoisseur. So I never used to understand how wine connoisseurs were like, oh, this wine is best paired with this food, and this wine goes best with this kind of dessert, and they're very, very fancy and very particular about what wine pairs with what. Until I became kind of a hot sauce connoisseur, and I found myself being that same pretentious dick about hot sauces, and somebody wanted to grab one of my hot sauces and put it on, put it on an Italian dish, and I'm like, no, you got to have, kind of a garlic-based hot sauce for your Italian dish, and they're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, it's just like wine, man. It's a certain ones go with certain foods. You can just trust me on this. Anyway, I became my enemy. I became everything that I hate. Mrs. Trail and Trailer hit 36 years in 2020. I have been married, I better do the math here. I have been married 20 years, but not consecutively. We just hit number 6, my missus and I, so. A California hot sauce tour for the future, says Mel. Thank you, Trailer. I appreciate it. All right, so the birthday story. It's a good one. So, wifey and I went to my favorite restaurant, my favorite Mexican restaurant for my birthday back in May. And like I said, she's wife number 2 for me. She's 12 years younger than me. That's the thing that you need to know. And we went to dinner. We got margaritas with dinner. The waitress cards my wife, says, I need to see some ID, please. And my wife shows her card. She looks at me, and I said, do you need to see mine? And she's like, no, you're fine. No, 12 years, Trailer, 12 years. So, yeah, happy birthday, old man, right? Do they have hot sauce vineyards? I think the hot sauce vineyards are down in Louisiana, my brother. Trailer says, my aunt married a man 11 years her younger. Yeah, no, I'm definitely the old man. I'm definitely the old guy. Ezekiel says there is no age for love. Well, the other thing, Ezekiel, is even at 12 years my junior, she is way more mature than I am. So... yeah, it's depressing sometimes. I mean, we don't make a big deal of it usually, but it's depressing sometimes when I realize the age difference that we do have. She was born the same month of the Challenger explosion, which I remember vividly from school, from being in school, in middle school when it happened. And yeah, she was born. She was less than a month old when it happened. Just blows my mind sometimes. All right, where are we? Going to keep track of this. 36 miles out, and we're going to start. Let's start getting the radio set up for this approach. 111.5, and don't switch it over yet. Okay. And 111.5, and we'll go ahead and switch it over into the nav2 just to have it. Probably not going to pop in just yet. 102. Now, in the nav2, I'm going to actually set as the radial, I'm actually going to preset that for the missed approach. So this nav2 radial is going to be set to 303, which is there. Drew over the number, duh, but there it is. So let's get nav2, let's get this OBS here set to 303, just in case we got to go missed and we need to hold there at that Billings VOR. 1, 2, and 3 clicks, there we go. And 114.5 is already in the standby there. And again, that top of descent is going to be 20 miles out, so 13 miles from where present position. Ezekiel, yeah, make sure she's over 18. So when we met, there's a kind of a unwritten rule, not a rule per se, a guideline that says, regarding the age difference, if the person you're with is younger than half your age plus 7, it's creepy. if they're older than half your age plus 7, it's not creepy. So when I met her, I was, let's see if I can do this math, 36, and so half my age was 18, and she was, yeah, so I was 36 and she was 24. So the first couple months that we were dating, she actually did not pass the half your age plus 7, and then yeah, so 3 months into our dating life, it became not creepy. Trailer was building a suit shop in a mall that day. Yeah, January 86. Yeah, Trailer, you got a couple years on me. I was in middle school, but I was devastated. I was a huge fan of the shuttle program, and I actually had a VCR rolling when it happened, and it had been delayed a number of times because of the cold weather. And I had learned from previous shuttle launches that when you record on the VCR, when you record a shuttle launch, you just let it record the entire day. So I got hours and hours of coverage of the accident. Melvin was a senior. Yeah, you were homesick and watching live. Man, that's tough. Yeah, yeah, we heard about it in school, but I was shocked to learn what I had captured. Sadly, I don't have any idea what happened to that VCR tape, although there's plenty of places on YouTube you can find a lot of the coverage. But I was shocked to learn at school what I was going to be watching when I got home. And of course, we got TVs rolled into classrooms, and we watched some of it there. But yeah, she was less than a month old when that happened, and that just blows my mind. Oh, furry co-pilot number 3 is back. Dogs must be asleep then. Yeah, we're about to crash a plane in Billings, Montana, sweetie. Don't think we ever closed up the cow flaps, so I guess we can leave them open. No, we did. Okay, good. I'm paying more attention than I thought I was. I kind of need to run to the bathroom, but I need to start this descent, so I guess I'm going to have to hold it. Alright. We ready? Ready to start this descent into Billings? Let's do this. Seems like we're going to be wrestling the plane down to the ground again. 22. Let's go ahead and kick the autopilot and flight director off. And real quick, get the view. Yeah, I got to start. Get manifold pressure down to about 15. And we don't need to pitch down that low now. Let's keep it under control. Manifold pressure to 15. I am whoa. Just lost engine 1, it looks like. What happened? Yeah, engine 1 is definitely running rough, guys. You see that? This maybe just got a whole lot more interesting. Oh boy. Yep, we're gonna do we're shutting the left one off. I don't know how this isn't gonna work out too well. every time I move my controls, every time I move those controls, that engine's gonna, yeah. I'm not making any promises on this one, guys. It'll be interesting to see when I get down what happened to that engine. But anytime I bump the mix and prop, it's going to change both of them. So it's not really going to be completely fair. So the physical throttle that I have in front of me, it's a single prop lever, single throttle, single mix lever. It's not going to be real well suited for this engine out landing. So I'm just going to do the best I can. No, there's no need to divert. I'm really close in, actually. "16 miles. I mean, we're almost on top of that airport. What we very well may do, though, we're definitely not going to do that full procedure turn. We're going to kind of pass over the VOR and do a real short turn into the final there. But yeah, you're not going to see strict adherence to that. Yeah, I wonder if we should try and restart it. I don't even know. It was running so rough that it seemed like it was a fried cylinder or something. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, it's definitely dragging on that side real bad. Yeah, no, I gotta feather it. Alright, so now I gotta re-intercept. That radial inbound to Billings, and then we're gonna need to get the ILS set up pretty quickly. Yeah, if we were gonna squawk code it, we would squawk 7700 for sure. Not that it matters, there's no air traffic control around us. I think we've got an expensive repair in our future, guys. Something happened. I probably overstressed that number one on the descent. I probably didn't pull the prop lever down far enough before I started that descent, and probably back pressured it. Oh well. No, trailers hijacking is 7,500, dude. 7,700 is an emergency. 7 miles from the VOR. Yeah, 7500 would actually automatically disconnect you from VATSIM. They're that serious about the prohibition to simulate any kind of hostile act that a 7500 code, it doesn't even require a supervisor to intervene. The server just kicks you right off. Pamslers, yeah, you caught me at an inopportune moment, man. Trying to do a one-engine landing. I don't know how well it's going to work, because every time I try to adjust my prop lever and my mix lever, it's going to move both of the simulated ones. So I don't know how well it's going to work. But we're basically going to go direct to the Billings VOR, and then we're going to just do a real short turn onto final approach for runway 10 left, and hope for the best. Yeah, you can see the glide slope on the VOR2 is coming in. 3 miles from the VOR, yeah. We might even have the runway in sight over here, maybe. Yeah, we don't want to get too much lower here. See if we can maintain altitude as best we can. Let's see, what's a direct heading to the Billings VOR? Okay, let's just do that. Alright, and then we're 111.5 and 102. Oh, we got traffic up ahead. That's not the airport, is it? .111.5 and 102. Let's just get it. Set as close as we can. Yeah, I'm all disoriented as far as where the airport is. Yeah, I'm lost.
Billings traffic, Kodiak 816. We're gonna take a wide wide left-hand downwind for runway 10 left.
Now let's get back onto direct to the VOR. All right, so there's direct to the VOR. From the VOR, we need to head northbound to get on the final approach course. Where are we? Okay. So final approach course is behind us. So we need to kind of do... Justin says I was picking up the wrong ILS. Yeah. I'm not too lined up. I'm not lined up too well for it, so. I know I got to get around to the north. Having some trouble doing that.
The 514 Delta Victor, looks like you're flying just a little south of the field. This is...
I think I've got it. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, if this thing is picking up the wrong ILS, then that sure is complicating things at a time that I don't need that to be complicated. Let's do this one more time. Direct to the VOR. Okay, there's that. And then from the VOR, we should go north, and then we'll see it on our right. We'll be on a basically a right base when we hit the VOR. Alright, so we should be on a right base now. See if we see it. Oh, I think I got it. I thought I saw it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, we go. There we go. Wait a minute. Oh, dang it. Alright, let's get this thing turned. Come on, stay feathered, stay feathered. I'm going back to flaps 1. Flaps 2 is too much drag. I had the runway in sight, but I lost it. Is it over? Is that it over there? Yeah, I just happened to pick one where the ILS isn't correct. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah, I think we're going down, guys. Not able to maintain altitude at this point.
Billings traffic, Centurion 8029 Bravo is about a 4-mile final for runway 10 right, full stop. Billings traffic.
Yeah, air traffic control probably would have made this a little easier, giving me vectors to the airport. And we're not dead yet. I'm not dead yet! I'm certainly in trouble.
Billings traffic, Centurion 29 Bravo, short final 10 right, Billings.
Billings traffic, Kodiak 816, 10-mile final, 10 right, Billings.
That might be a runway up ahead. Nope. Yeah, I have no idea, guys. I just can't find this airport. Alright, you're gonna see me cheat. I hate doing this. Hate doing this. I'm pretty much lined right up for it. How am I not seeing it? Oh, there it is.
Billings traffic, Centurion 29 Bravo is clear of runway 10 right, Billings.
Billings traffic, Baron 514 Delta Victor, emergency inbound 10 right, about a 1 mile final, Billings. Gear going back down, flaps going back down. Don't know if I'd put in a landing rate prediction. This isn't going to be what we'd call ideal. I'm missing airport buildings too. That made it a lot harder. Yeah, a lot of things didn't go quite right on this flight, guys, but we're going to call it, as long as we land safely, we're going to call it a success. Coming in really hot because I'm only on flaps 1. Well, we did it. We lived, guys. I'm not quite sure how, and I do feel like I had to cheat there a little bit to get the runway in sight. I kind of feel bad about that, but I'm also annoyed that my ILS wasn't working for unexplained reasons. And of course, we didn't have air traffic control, who could have offered me some vectoring assistance as well. So I'm going to take the cheats and say, you know, we'll call it even. Billings traffic, Baron 514 Delta Victor's clear, 10 right, Billings. So, we made it, we lived. But I am curious as to what happened with that engine. And it just seems like we just didn't have the scenery working the way it should. We do have some buildings here. I think we wound up parking at the executive hangar area after all.
Billings traffic, Kodiak 816 on the short funnel, runway 10 right.
Alright, well, I'm annoyed and I'm disappointed that there were a few simulator glitches. I fully appreciate and am willing to handle a simulated failure of something, but when the simulator itself doesn't work properly, that does annoy me. So the fact that we didn't have that ILS, the fact that it seemed like we were missing some scenery buildings, or we weren't able to see, you know, scenery buildings from the air, that kind of limited our ability to see. But we made it down either way, and I guess we'll call it a win. And it's leg 37 complete now of the great BE58 Lower 48 State Tour. Let's go ahead and get this thing shut down. It's after midnight now. Boy, tomorrow's going to be a fun day. Might have to call in out of work, guys. Oh, jeez. Go ahead and get the plane shut down here. Probably want to get the avionics. We should have turned the avionics off before we did the engine kill there. So, yeah, we've done quite a few things out of sequence. But at this point, I just need to get it shut down. Let's go ahead and check on the ETA. Should have been, yeah, we're about 10-15 minutes late, but that's all that circling around that we did. And the fuel estimate was 319. I bet you we're pretty short on that, too. I bet you we're closer to about 275. 241 even, okay. All right, well, let's do the post-flight walk-around. And then we're going to need to look at this maintenance report and see what happened. Probe temperature, yeah, we're going to put the tube cover on, but the probe's still really hot, so that's not a good thing either. Tie down, chucks, engine cover, chocks, and tie down, and let's look and see what the damage was. Oh boy, oh boy. All these new viewers to the stream too. Get to see a really interesting one. Interesting for the wrong reasons though, I think. Alright, let's see. Maintenance report. Doesn't even say anything unusual about that number 1, does it? Down a little low on the oil. Nothing else adverse noted here. Isn't that odd? Cylinders are okay. Oil's clean. It's a little low, but we'll refill it. Yeah, nothing else adverse indicated here, so that's very strange. We'll refill the number 2. I wonder if we had a an X-plane random failure there. I'll have to check that too. Nothing to do there. No need to preheat. We're nearly fully charged on the battery. Avionics are okay. Even though I shut the engine down out of sequence, avionics are still okay. That's good. Gauges are still okay. Tires, brakes, and suspension. And we got the oil fill, so we'll accept the normal price. And yeah, so we earned about $1,700 minus the 300 and some that we spent in, so 400 in fuel and oil. But we still earned about $1,300 for tonight. So that's good. I'll have to check the failure system and just see did we have an X-plane failure, because everything in the REP is looking fine. So very interesting. I don't know, guys, and I apologize again for having to do that little cheat there with the map. But I think if the ILS had been working properly, we would have seen a little bit cleaner outcome to that. What did we say in the chat messages? Yeah, I think we were trying to help me find the airport. Yeah, so you guys were talking about whether or not I should divert. We were talking about the squawk code. We were talking about Bamsler's good luck of popping in here under a one-engine landing. A real pilot doesn't need both engines, says Ezekiel. Yeah, I don't know. We'll MelvinLeroy stayed north of the field to help us out. Justin was trying to help us spot the airport. Yeah, I forgot the downwind sim binoculars. Yeah, it was you were turning final a little too soon, says Justin. Yeah, let's take a look at that map and see what I was doing. Yeah, I guess I was. I was turning in the wrong direction is what was happening. I couldn't get that it was north. I was coming into the VOR from the wrong direction. Yeah, I really just didn't get that quite right, did I? Oh well, one to learn from, guys, and we always talk about how this is a learning experience. It's one of the reasons, you know, you're seeing a guy who has no real-world flight training at all. I've picked this up over the years of 35 years of sim pilot flying, so yeah, I'm definitely lacking on some skills, especially emergency procedures, but we got it on the ground safely, and we'll live to fly another day. Well, thanks all of you for checking it out. It was quite interesting there at the end, and we got some friends with us here. But yeah, thanks all for checking us out. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more routine next time, although I guess out of the routine can be fun to watch sometimes too. Northwest Orient, you can use it again, and that's what matters. So yeah, thanks very much, guys. And Jet Pilot says you didn't die, so that's always good. Melvin says I was impressed by the landing. Yeah, we'll definitely have to check and see what the failure settings are in X-Plane. It may have just been bumped into random failures again, even though I had them disabled before. They may have just re-enabled themselves at some point somehow. Alright guys, well thanks for checking it out. You can always catch the old broadcasts on the YouTube channel. Even the tutorials for the upcoming VATSIM GA, first GA wings are also on that YouTube channel. Links on the lower left-hand side. You can check us out on Facebook and Twitter to see what we're going to be up to. Slant Alpha on either one of those. The Discord link invites on the lower right-hand side. Please jump in and say hi. You can ask questions, or we can talk about what you just saw and what I could have done better, what I should have done, what I didn't do, what I might have missed, what I didn't see. We can kind of backseat quarterback it to death, and that's always a fun thing. I always do this as a learning experience, guys. I said when I started streaming, I'm not perfect, and I embrace that I'm not perfect, and certainly there's a lot I can learn by doing this and having y'all jump in and fly along with me and point out things that maybe I could have done differently. So go ahead and definitely jump in and do that. If you want to know what's coming up next on the program, you can always check out the schedule. It's on our Discord channel, it's on the Twitch channel information, and it's on our Facebook page. At this point, the next scheduled broadcast, I'm going to miss this coming Friday again. for personal obligations. But the next stream will be a week from tonight. We're going to take the AeroWorks DC-3 up into Boston. We're going to take that from, where are we taking off? We're going to depart from Hyannis, and we're going to head right up to Bar Harbor, Maine, Bahaba, as they tend to call it, in the AeroWorks DC-3. That's a week from tonight. And then, like I said, a week from Friday, the 20th, is our big first GA Wings event, which we're posting the tutorials for. We've got the IFR routing tutorial already posted, and then we'll get the VFR routing tutorial up this week, and hopefully a communications tutorial up this weekend. That'll all be over on the YouTube channel. All right, so thanks again, guys. Appreciate the company, appreciate the tips, appreciate the assistance and the patience, and hope that we will all see you again. So 1 week from tonight, we will see you. Have a great week. Have a wonderful weekend. Be safe in your own travels and your own adventures in the meantime. And we'll talk to you again soon.